Testing? Why is my mic off? What happened? Oh, look, there's absolute darkness. Oh, gosh. A little hot today. Howdy, 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 howdy. I need to take care of things one at a time. Hold on, we still got some clerical stuff to do. I've been busy lately. First of all, it's probably the schedule command. Queue of Friday days of upcoming. I mean, whatever. It really doesn't matter, right? Well, I mean, I guess you got to tell me, Voljan. Are you planning to run with this game until, end game grind? Go full on? Well, 30 at least, then you're fine. It doesn't matter. It literally, your characters don't matter. The tier list doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I mean, the characters I'm still using, um, the characters I'm still using are like completely non-existent on the tier list, and I'm like Trailblaze level 65, so I'm only now starting to put together teams. Is there a theme for the custom magic set yet? No, we're gonna go bottom up. I mean, you literally said bottom up is the best. Oh, bottom is the best. Ah, bottom is the best though. The only thing you care about is the idle game. Yeah, your gacha pools are irrelevant for that, for sure. Aloha. You're gonna make the cards first? No, we're gonna spend a long time concepting. So today I'm gonna lay out goals. Is the main thing. I am. Yeah, we're here. We haven't quite gotten started yet. Whew. Lists. Yeah, we're gonna do lists. We're gonna do lists. Look at that. Look at this blank white page. I still don't know where these expectations are coming from. I feel like we can barely finish a set, if at all. Takes a lot. Hello, Selen. Let's not strain our relationships throwing money at internet people. That sounds like maybe not the best idea. With cool women in every cycle? So all of them are blue and made of ice. Deal. And there's a mechanic where you can put them in a drink. And the drinks also become ice. Cool women. Okay. What are off limits? What does that mean? Is there anything off limits? Anna's asking if there's anything off limits. Goals. It's true. We should probably get our restrictions down. All right. So I know we're gonna add the ones that Dustin has already stated. There needs to be a good in every color combination. which includes 5 mono, and dual, and wedge, triple. Restrictions do breed creativity. I've been thinking about that recently. 1 colorless, 1 5 color? What am I missing? So that's 25, 27. I'm missing 5 of them. Oh, 4 colors. Ooh, yeah, 4 colors. Stuff like Atraxa, huh? There needs to be feature the baby creature type. Does this need to get bigger? Can I make this bigger? Whoa, getting so big. What is Front Page Lay Day? It's a Magic the Gathering stream. We're going to do a normal Magic stream. And we're going to be featured on the Twitch front page, which is something that you schedule. Oh, I have to turn that off. It's something that you schedule with Twitch nowadays. And it's also Lay Day in Hawaii. Which Twitch isn't listening right now. Which was basically an excuse for them to pick me. Because we would be quote unquote celebrating something. But it is Lay Day in Hawaii, so. Well, it's fine. It's a day early for Hawaii, but in Korea it's gonna be Lay Day. In Korea it's gonna be May 1st, which is Lay Day in Hawaii. So we're gonna pretend it's Lay Day. But we're gonna be doing a normal Magic stream. The reason why it's on the Variety Day schedule is because I can't do Variety Day on that day. It's gonna be a normal stream. I need to think about it still. The cube. No? It's because I would need to update the cube, and I don't really want to. That's all. Yep. What's an Elder type? How did I like Ori and the Blind Forest? I played Ori and the Blind Forest entirely with mouse and keyboard, which apparently is what an insane person does. And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Can we list off what the non-standard Elder types are again? I forgot what the non-standard Elder types are. I know this is going to be the 3rd time you've told me, but when I said I would write things down, I neglected to write down what the types were. Yeah, Unhinged is the word I was looking for. Yeah, I played the entire platformer Unhinged. Are the usual ones, okay. What does elder mean in this context? Like what does elder mean? Ancient, old? Like if I created a if I created a creature type called old, like what about tree folk? Tree folk are old? Tree folk are pretty old. Older, therefore stronger. Yeah, what about fungus? Fungus are old too, right? Whale. Whales are old. You want to see an elder baby? Elder baby. Hold on, I gotta go turn off this thing here. I gotta turn off the Streamlabs message. Do you know who's an elder baby in Magic? Child of Alara is an elder baby. That's totally an elder baby. Oh, Loot, yeah, Loot's an elder baby. Loot's an elder baby. Cause I'm sure the Fomorior an elder creature type, right? Or precedence ship it for an elder baby. Gosh, I remember Child of Alara. What a bad card. I remember casting that in draft and being like, I feel like I should have won the game because I cast this card, and then it was terrible. Because I'm pretty sure it's like a vanilla 6/6. Oh no. No, it's a Colossal Dreadmaw. Oh, beautiful Magic card. Oh, I don't know how I lost that game. I cast Colossal Dreadmaw for WURBRG. Should be unlosable. Oh, dinosaurs, giants, and dragons, giants, and dinosaurs don't count because you say the not standard ones. Oh, not dinosaur, giant, or dragons. I see. You want to see an elder koala? See something like an elder koala? Aboleth. Demons, I'm pretty sure, are pretty standard, right? No demons. We're making custom Magic cards, yes. I guess Aboleths are just demons, huh? Were there any other requirements that you had, Dustin, besides these three? I only remember three, and I only wrote down, frankly speaking, two. But I only remember three. Because there's additional goals that I would like to slap on here. After we get the required ones down. Well, you can put whatever goals you want, to be honest. I am ambivalent about how many, because like you put restrictions on and we'll work around them. All right, Dustin. Our first card will be Dustin McDuster. Dustin McDuster face. How do you know what an aboleth is? Dungeons and Dragons. They're close to what a sort of advanced Eldrazi spawn, in my opinion. Okay. Well, Eldrazi's pretty standard, isn't it? No Eldrazi's. We're banning Eldrazi's. I think a big conversation that we need to have, which dictates a lot of what goes into the set, is Um, when did I play D&D? Probably like 10 years, 15 years ago. Hmm? Pan says, excuse me. What does that mean? I think so. Oh, no, 10? No, that's too long. Sorry, 5. 5. Sorry, 5. My bad. I went the opposite direction. I estimated and I went really wrong. Cerberus is an elder dog. MTGA Elder is basically all dinosaurs and dragons, splashes of giants, and a single dog. Oh, it's got a... Maybe it's Cerberus. From Theros. Octopus. Who's the elder octopus? Kuronos, yeah. Kuronos. Why is there dots there? Is that someone... Is that someone awkward? Croxa. Kuronos and Croxa. It's and the Titan, sure. Wait, is Elder an actual creature type? It is, right? We can have planeswalkers. Wait, let's have a discussion. Because I think there's a lot of complications that come for designing for constructed. Perhaps insurmountable ones. So we need to decide whether or not it's going to be specifically for limited, or are we going to pretend to design for constructed? Because I don't think you can get much better than pretending. We can try and pretend, but it would also ban a lot of things. Because I understand, like, Magic is a game that suffers greatly from having constructed and limited under the same banner. The design of both of them suffer a lot, I'd say. But we can try to do both, and we can suffer the same consequences that Magic suffers from. So, questions. Baby gods. Yeah, this is a big question of the minute that we should probably try to answer. It would be much simpler to design a set for limited only. Because when we try to design for constructed, we have to... Am I doing Deck Doctors today? Nope. I should probably turn that off. I meant to do that. This is paid for time. Child of Lar should be an elder baby. It should be. Well, fine. I'll leave it to Dustin to decide, but... You already gave my opinion? I meant about the Deck Doctors. Not about the set design. Because Eve asked the question, I said no, and then Han asked me to ask Dustin. Okay. Well, I asked Dustin. Dustin said I don't care, but I'm not changing my answer because I'm not comfortable with that. Okay, yeah. I'm leaving them off. Yeah. Yes, you're right, Han. I should have asked first. I was being a rude boy, as I normally do. I'm normally a rude boy. But Dustin said, I think it's best to design in a vacuum. As far as the design is concerned, no other sets exist. Okay. Which probably means it's going to be morpher limited, which is good because now then we don't have to like pretend like we know where the meta is going, etc. And we can also print overpowered as heck lands, which is my main thing. Which is my main thing is powerful lands. Because powerful lands are extremely dangerous for constructed, but not so if it's a self-contained thing. Designed in a vacuum. No other sets exist. Yeah, no, seriously. Arena cards? Why would it be arena cards? Just to clarify, there's a difference between a custom set and a cube. We're not building a cube. That's a great question. You can upload the card images onto something like like a simulator, and you can play that way. I don't currently have like plans for that right now because I'm focusing on what's in front of me. That's true, but if you did eventually want to play with it, then it would have to stay paper, true to paper. True to paper mechanics. I'm gonna write assorted questions here at the bottom. Are reserve list duels too strong for draft? I don't think so. I actually don't think so. But whenever I have a random question pop up, I'm going to throw it down in the bottom one, in the bottom section. There are some alchemy mechanics that you could do in paper. For example, well, I mean that's how they can print Oracle of the Alpha, etc., etc. I mean, Seek can just be reveal from the top, and then you hit a and then you hit a thing, right? Somewhat. I guess not really, because then it's very minor, the difference. I mean, conjuring just straight up works. That works fine. Yeah, with Sheik you don't shuffle, but it's a small thing. Yeah, like conjuring specifically, conjuring and drafting just works fine in paper. Yeah, you just have a separate stack of the cards and you just pull one out of it. Like the one that shuffles lightning bolts, you just take lightning bolts and you just shuffle in your deck because you're using the same sleeves, etc. That would work. That would actually work if you actually wanted to do that. Oh yeah, specialized works too. It's just kind of like a for example, when I used to have a perpetual, I think is impossible. There's way too much tracking. It's just bad design and for paper. Back when I used to have like a cube and I had double face cards that I didn't want to pull out of the sleeve and flip around and damage the sleeves every time, you could just have two copies of it and you just lay the other one on top of the other one. You just swap them out when it flips. It's this. I mean, that's the same as Specialized essentially, except I think Specialized is kind of a nightmare to play with. What's your question about the reserve list? Oh, what's a reserve list? The reserve list is a list of magic cards that Wizards of the Coast has specifically said to never print again. They've promised to never print a certain set of cards again. These are all very, very old cards. So when someone mentions the reserve list in Magic, it references those old cards that can not get printed again. There's a reason why Wizards has never reprinted, even in Secret Lair form, a certain subsection of old cards, because they're all on the quote-unquote reserve list. When asked about the reserve list, usually WotC gives pretty dodgy answers, but they so far have never actually broken the reserve list. I don't know if it's like legally. I don't know if it's like legally binding or whatever, but at least their lawyers seem to be afraid and tell them not to reprint any of their reserve list cards, which then has made, I mean, like it's a thing to quote unquote protect like really hardcore collectors, right? You know, for example, if you pull a Black Lotus or a dual land, then like you know that Wizards isn't going to reprint that card. Sorry, pull? Did I say pull? I meant like obtain. You can't pull those cards. Yeah, it's a horrible. Sorry. Well, I don't want to. I don't know anything about finance or whatever. But from my perspective, it's a terrible idea. They kind of already circumvented the dual lands in Battle Bond. Anyone remember that? They sort of circumvented the dual lands in Battle Bond by creating untapped duels, unfetchable though, unfetchable untapped duels that come into play untapped when, if you have multiple opponents. So like for Commander, those are like pretty close to dual lands. Fairly close. I guess not being able to fetch them is a huge deal. Now they just got to make fetchable ones. I'm sure. Yeah, this is not tinfoil hatty at all. What a great hinged theory. Hello, Ryan Meese. We never actually answered this question, I suppose. We can just talk about it. There's no necessarily stringent structure to this. Are reserve list duels too strong for draft? I love MDFCs. I need to talk more about goals too. So goals, some strong mechanic to counteract normal magic variance, aka make Magic a playable card game. I want to write for a change. But that might be a little too rude. What if it's like Foundations, you know? Well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that it could be a mix of both, Dustin. I don't think that, at least from my perspective, I don't think we're really going to do a tricolor set or 4-color sets. These will probably just be rares. You know, that sort of just stand out, I suppose. Oh, wait, I gotta take a break. I need water anyway. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay. Just needed to get some water. Historically, yeah, the new ones have been pretty decent, right? The most recent four color card being what, Atraxa? I'm pretty sure if Wizards prints any new four color, five color, it's not going to be the Nephilims. The Nephilims, was that their like first crack at four colors? Yeah, they made them way too weak. I mean, they were really bad, yeah. But Watsy's not going to do them again. I'm trying to make them work in Magic Online. I mean, are the reserve list duels too strong for draft? I mean, I don't think so. But here, let's move this down for a second. If we don't necessarily need to talk about that. Okay. So let's talk about mechanics. Design wise, I doubt there's going to be other tricolor or even tricolor, four color, five color cards. Besides the rares, the gods or whatever. There might be like cards that pay off five colors, a la Path, the World Tree, etc. Yeah, we're dismantling the reserve list. Yeah, we're gonna take it down. We're gonna ruin the market. Absolutely, for sure. Tool land without types. I mean, they don't really need types, to be honest. We could. Why not? I mean, why? Like, why do we have tap gain lands? Who needs it? You know, make aggro better. Um. Okay, let's talk about design. What is fundamentally wrong with? All right, what's fundamentally wrong with Magic? Right? I'm serious. We're gonna do some brainstorming. What are all the things that people complain about the most? Lands, right? That's not an easy question. I mean, we can just pull the internet, and the internet will complain about Magic all day, all day. That one's more like a balance issue, right? Yeah, we're gonna do Elder Baby. Yeah, we're gonna make some Elder Babies. I want some Elder Babies. Why are counterspells? Okay. Why are counterspells unfun? That organic chicken, I think, is a fantastic point, right? Um, out of Flood and Screw, specifically Specifically, um, there's a format where I think Isaiah was playing it a couple times. I saw Isaiah on stream play it. What's the format called? But you can basically turn any of your spells into a land. I think that format has. Is it called Landless? Yeah. I think that format also has fundamental issues. Because your curves are extremely consistent. And I agree with Organic Chicken, the games get very samey. Yeah, I actually think that method is also not ideal. Obviously, if you design an entire card game around it, you can make it work. So, if you get flooded, you should still have something to do, but it should be weaker than someone who's ripping gas off the top. So, we don't want to eliminate mana issues, we want to mitigate them. Because that's still what fundamentally makes Magic. This is going to be a draft set, yeah. We're going to design as if no other sets exist. So it's going to be a draft set. I think MDFCs have been the closest that Wizards has gotten to mitigating problems. Because I think the MDFC sets have always played out very, very, very well. Because you get an excuse to put 19-20 lands in your deck, but not flood as badly. But you're still playing like quote unquote subpar cards. So I do think that land cycling's pretty decent. Land cycling's pretty decent. Like land cycling on the cheap is really good. So land cycling is decent. MDFCs I think have been a little stronger. Overall, because it's kind of like land cycling for 1, right? For tap MDFCs. Sometimes land cycling for 0 if they're untapped. I don't know who the target audience is. I mean, well, the thing is, there's no audience because no one's going to buy this. We're not doing this to sell a product. Oh, that's true. Who's the sorry, Hannah's talking to me. Who's the skill target skill group for Magic, right? You have, for example, Modern Horizons, which is targeted towards experienced players. You have Foundations, who's targeted for the opposite. I feel like realistically, okay, we're gonna do a little above casual. We'll figure out what that means as we go. Target experience group. Oops. A little above casual. Huh. I guess we have to reconcile the difference in in perspectives on that one. But yeah, we'll stick with a little above casual for now, and that'll dictate some of our decisions that we make in the future. At the very least. Okay, it's the more and more the descriptions coming out, it makes me just think just casual. That we're just doing for a really casual audience. I also think there's a pretty big difference between variance in gameplay, variance in how many game like if people can actually play the game period, and also variance in the types of decks that people can put together, right? We certainly want to mitigate non-games. Would the casual player, in your eyes, Dustin, if someone asked them what are their hobbies, would they even mention Magic the Gathering? I think that's a pretty good marker. Okay. So then, yeah, we'll go by your definition. Then it is a little bit above casual. Someone who says like, "Oh, I play Magic the Gathering for fun." But it's not like frothing at the mouth every single time a Wizards announcement comes out. Oh, like a lot of people, like a lot of us here, every single time Wizards drops an announcement, we all start frothing at the mouth. Yeah, us people. Yeah. The world crumbles and collapses when Wizards announces a nerf to the Arena Direct prize structure. Yes. GGS. Yeah, we gotta get checked for rabies or something. Although if we had rabies, we'd probably be dead by now. Rabies apparently nothing to joke about. Can we talk conspiracy theories about why Spider-Man's not coming to digital and what they'll do instead? I mean, I think the most convincing one is Marvel Snap. It's a buff to keep playing the direct without winning anything. Keep the flittering dreams alive so people don't go broke as quickly. They can keep feeding the sharks. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, rabies is no joke. We can also just like invent a mechanic. I do think that MDFCs and land cycling are very effective. I do think that. That would be hilarious, Valjean. Just like the most generic stuff. They're all just Jason loot themed. Everyone loves Jason loot. Gosh, they should just replace every depiction of Spider-Man with loot. People would love that. Wow, people would really love that. Did you ever answer the question? Modal double face card. MDFC stands for Modal Double Face card. All right, more brainstorm. What's the worst things about Magic? When do you ever sit down? When do you ever sit down and play a game of Magic and you just think to yourself, wow, this sucks. I'm having a terrible time. I'm wasting my time here. Lands are a big part of it, you know, when you just don't get to play the game. Yeah, modal, double, do, face, fa, ka, card. Modal double face card. Does anyone find mulliganing extremely frustrating? Cheat ways to bypass the cost of expensive, powerful cards. That's like more than a. That's like more of a constructed thing, right? Or like, does it frustrate you? Does it frustrate you, Dustin, when someone pays 5 mana to like raise dead, a 6-drop common onto the battlefield in limited? I'm assuming that's not what you're talking about, right? Oh, not the mulligan, just the act of playing Magic. Does anyone think that the mulligan is effectively broken, or do people like draw 7, put back 1? I don't think we're gonna have to worry about taxing cards in combo for this set, yeah. I mean, Ward is a great mechanic, I think, on non-snowbally things. But I'm assuming Johns is talking more about like Thalia. Yeah, it's a lot better than the older mulligans. Actually, to be honest, we can mess with mulligan. We can mess with mulligan mechanics, like a la Serum Visions, or Serum. Because we don't have to hold on. Because we don't have to worry about constructed. Because we already established we're not worrying about constructed, we can easily create like a cycle of serum vial. What is it called? What am I talking about? Serum whatever type cards. We could mess with draft mechanics. Like Cogwork Librarian. My first inclination is Serum Powder. Serum Powder, yes, Serum Powder. Well, it's going to be fundamentally based within the Magic system, like a lot of it. So, but it's really easy to make a cycle of commons that can help with mulliganing. Like, right? You could pretty easily have a cycle of commons, maybe even lands that say anytime you can mulligan, like put this card on the bottom and draw an extra card, right? To like assist with mulligans, that would be so overpowered in constructed, but totally fine for limited. In fact, way better for limited. Another thing that Wizards will never print because it'll break constructed in half. But yeah, there's a lot of things you can do with just making and it doesn't have to be like a main set mechanic. Yeah, I could put it on lands. Just could put it on a cycle of common lands or something, or uncommon lands probably. Well, I don't know about the full free mulligan. It could be though. It could be. Mulligans certainly reduce an enjoyment from a game-to-game basis. Like, the game is significantly worse when one player molds to 5 and the other player when one player molds to 5 and the other player doesn't mole at all. Like, the quality of the game just goes down. Could put serum, powder, like effects on a cycle of cards. Why do people hate counterspells? So I'm not really in touch with this at all, and I kind of want to revisit this question because I personally see nothing wrong with counterspells. Oh, yes. Games that last too long. That's a huge one. That's a great one. That's a great one. That's a great one. That's a great one. Games that last too long is a huge issue in Magic. I continuously say I'm baffled that League of Legends and Dota have picked up any steam at all because their games are so long, right? You have to sit down and commit. There's a reason why Best of 3 is not popular. And Best of 1 is super popular on Arena. Because the games are so long. You have to sit down and commit to like 30 to 40 minutes of a game. One side playing Flash, other side playing Sork feels bad. Newer players dislike them more than entrenched players because newer players don't tend to play around their opponents. Feels like opponent is playing on a different set of rules. Linear games with less interaction. You think some cards in each color? Yeah, I've never been able to crack it fully. It does make sense that one player feels like they just have total control. Does it feel like wading into the unknown, you know? Like people are uncomfortable in that situation gameplay wise because they just don't know what they're wading into and it feels bad to get counterspelled. You want to make an example, Han? Yeah. Because people have like what an idea of what they want to do and it feels like they're interrupted. Yeah. Hmm. I suppose so. Yeah. Hmm. Does the existence here, specific question about Aether Drift, which I felt was true, but I want to hear your opinions. Does the existence of Beast Rider Vanguard mitigate the feel bad of counterspells? Or does that go too far in the other direction? Because it's so easy, and I don't mean just Beast Rider Vanguard. I mean literally the existence of something to do, something to advance your game plan that doubles as a monosync to do something that's not counterable. Because abilities aren't counterable. Cycling abilities aren't counterable either. So that could be a way to mitigate, to circumvent, to play around counter magic. And counterspells usually are just on a 1-for-1 basis. So maybe that's too advanced, right? Maybe it's like overall too advanced, but like there's so many times that I just didn't care if my opponent had a counterspell because I could just pass the turn and Beast Rider. Aether Drift was a great set. Wow, I miss Aether Drift. I want Aether Drift back. I mean, oftentimes you're countering a ETB, etc. So I also agree. I also agree that counter magic is integral for Magic. We're not getting rid of counter spells entirely. Because I do think that they're a very important aspect of gameplay for Magic. Do counterspells on the field feel different than counterspells in the hand? I typically feel like counterspells on the field people hate a lot more. Like for example, diversion unit, etc. But we know why you hate them and feel bad for you. We don't have to leave them untouched, right? There are ways to design to circumvent the feel bad of counterspells for sure. There could also be here's another idea. I don't know how we feel about it, but there's another idea that both players, a la Arcane Denial, or whatever that card is, that both players can get something out of a counterspell. Arcane Denial, I think, is a pretty extreme example because that's a lot of cards drawn. And Arcane Denial, I think, is still a really good counterspell. Am I even referencing the right card? I might not be referencing the right card. Commander Staple, yeah. Do people hate getting Arcane Denialed? You feel even worse when you miss them? I'm sorry, that's rich. Okay, why don't we brainstorm more? We could go back to games that last too long. That's the right one, okay. They like card draw. Hey, I mean, maybe we all just Arcane Denial it out. Do people hate getting what is it, like Swan Song? Do people hate getting Swan Song? You like your spells getting Arcane Denialed? A colorless common instant, you say you have to have it in hand when it's cast. I think that might just make the games worse just by having a really bad Magic card. But it could be attached to something else. I mean, like you could, for example. Oh, you can't give a spell in the stack hexproof, huh? Oh, but you can give it can't be countered, which I could see. Wait, can you give a spell hexproof? You can't give a spell hexproof, can you? You can only give permanents hexproof. Okay. You can only give a spell can't be countered. The card would have to be a little bit better than that and less narrow than just only used for countering counter spells. Orim's Chance or Silence doesn't work against counter spells. I personally don't mind games lasting too long unless they're playing by themselves. Yeah, I think that's one of the least fun things about Magic. Games lasting too long. We want to, like Mark Rosewater, we want games to end almost too soon. Almost too soon. That's like the goal. Short games are the best. Which definitely means no reshuffle effects. I think reshuffle effects are a blight on Magic games. Cast aside, yeah. What about a lot of self mill? Could be bottoming effects too. Why do people hate self mill though? No Shahrazad's. So Clear the Mind is a recent one that I think was actually quite bad for the format. People, it's funny because oh no, not like Evolving Wilds. We're talking we're talking Clear the Mind. We're talking Ritual of Renewal from this most recent set. We're talking. People hate self mill the same reason they had counter spells. Why do people hate self mill? Why do people hate self mill? It's the monkey thing. People want to play. People want to play their cards. Can't play what's when it's in the graveyard. Maybe there just needs to be enough of a graveyard theme, you know. Do you know what I think would be high octane, incredibly good gameplay action? And I could be wrong about this. A graveyard set where there's no ability to recoup cards on the bottom. But at that point, people play more than 40 cards, and then your games get worse. Ugh, I don't think we can do that. I really don't want people to play more than 40 cards. Because then we're just damaging the consistency of people's decks, and people will like lose to themselves, and they won't even know why. So we need to save people from themselves. design us as designers, we need to save people from themselves. And have them not like convince themselves it's correct to play more than 40 cards, because then they'll lose to variance more, and then they'll be really sad about it. So maybe no self mill. Maybe we can't focus on graveyard stuff and self mill stuff. But if someone has 5 cards left in their library, we want both players to know the game is about to end. Gonna play 47 cards now? Power to you, Selin. Power to you. Hold on, I gotta take another break. It's another break time. All right, we're getting pretty far with these questions. It's good. It's good. Well, I mean, I wouldn't call this set the current set. Well, whatever. I'm taking a break. Hold on. Be right back. All right, let's go. What I was saying before I left was that we can have a little bit of self mill. Like Tarkir has Einok, whatever fair, right? But it's I wouldn't call it like a self mill set. Because there's not like a ton of ways to actually mill yourself. Or there are a couple. There's a lot of Surveil though. Surveil is way better than self mill. How many custom cards have I designed in my life? Zero. Zero. Zip. Zilch. Zippo. Alright, what'd I miss? Did I miss anything? Stuff about deck damage. You know, you don't think that some kind of untapped duel will be intrinsically too good for draft? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the cards like Sipsig as well. That's good actually, right? Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense, huh? That's not English. Yeah, that wasn't proper English at all. Betterer, yeah. It is much betterer that way. All right. What else do we hate about Magic? I need everyone to embrace their inner butt clenching, please. Please, everyone collectively clench their butts together and tell me what the worst parts about Magic are. Besides, WotC doesn't count. Sorry. Other players. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Cards we lose to? Cards we lose to, huh? Is it just losing? Do people just hate losing? That's true. People hate losing. People hate losing the cards we lose to. I guess like rares, unbeatable bombs, yeah. Unbeatable bombs for sure, yeah. Prince formats, yeah. Do we like the color pie thing? I like the color pie thing. What do you all think about the color pie? Yeah, so we got lands up here in terms of variants, land variants. We do? Do people have an issue with the color pie? This is the first time I'm hearing this, that people have an issue with the color pie. What is wrong with the color pie? Oh, there's no way this is gonna end up a Prince format. there's there's like no chance. Nothing. It's great. You have 32 gods and elder creatures. Just means the uncommons and commons are going to be better. That's all that it needs to for the format to not be a Prince format. What if we made a bigger pie? What if we add 10 colors? Let's go! I'm gonna make any bad cards? No, not really. Niche, maybe. Niche at most. I think Wizards Wizards tried to make bad cards under Fire Design. I don't think it panned out that well. For limited, specifically. Here, I'm gonna write a section for random card ideas. Because sometimes when we're doing this, I'm gonna randomly get some random card ideas. So I'm gonna just stash them over here. That cycle of common MDFC mono colored lands that can return to hand. This is just gonna be all stream of consciousness here. Or mana cost and tap creature could be the mono colored gods. Whenever I have a random idea, I'm just going to slap it there. This is all very unorganized right now, and we'll organize things as we go. Yeah, it could be the baby gods. Baby elder god. Brightfield Mustang wasn't that bad. I don't think Brightfield Mustang wasn't that. That's a fine level of magic card. People didn't like it, but like it did stuff. I don't think they intentionally made Brightfield Mustang bad. I think they tried to make it better, or playable. It just didn't pan out that well, I think. Hey, look, I've played a lot of Brightfield Mustangs. Okay, I cast a lot of those cards. Well, somewhat. All right, these will be baby gods then. I think it's like a cycle is a perfect opportunity to tie it together to a variance mitigating mechanic. And it's flavorful, right? Because you put the land down tapped, and then later on you pay mana and you tap a creature that's like worshipping the temple, and then bam, it pops out to be a god again. Flavor. Hashtag flavor. Wow, you could have a full coming of age romance drama with with teen gods. Make it a full coming of age a youth adult novel. And then the three color gods are all crippled by depression. It's so real. Wow, the stocks turn down and all of a sudden all the three color gods are in peril. Love it. Every single three color god is in the middle of a midlife crisis. It just fits so well. Depressed baby gods. Well, I don't know if I don't know if the baby gods can be depressed. I don't think I've ever seen a depressed baby in my life. Can babies have depression? Like medically? Troy was probably a depressed baby. Oh, is Troy a depressed an adult too? That's sad. That would be sad. Uninteractive games is an issue fundamentally wrong with Magic. It's when people don't have fun. Unbeatable bombs, which means the answers need to be good. Do babies have their own special type of depression? What is baby depression? I only have pain, which I then think was fun, huh? Well, that's very typical. I think that for Magic gamers, that's also pretty typical. Ah, you're talking about walking. You're talking about exercise is that. It's pain and then fun. Perinatal depression. Condition occurs in parents and can affect parent-infant bond and the child's development. Oh, that's sad. Do we think Tarkir suffers from having bad removal? I heard that a couple times. I'd like to explore that thought a little bit more. Interesting. So you think Quench is not fun, explode things? You've said it has bad removal? No, TDM, TDM. I've heard a lot of hate for Spell Pierce in terms of what it does to games. You think it makes everyone play awkward? Okay. What about 3-mana counter spells? How fun are 3-mana? How fun is Refute explode things for you? On a scale of 1 to 10, how does Refute make you feel? But the Exhales have a tough time answering large creatures, right? Which is seemingly by design. All right, we're not concerned about constructed. We're not going to be worried about constructed here. So failed inspection sucks, right? Failed inspection is like unplayable in draft, like almost unplayable in draft. But is this the correct power level? Or limited, in your opinion? It could also be a result, like a result of the format too. Like maybe Kaladesh was just too fast for failed inspection. Maybe normally failed inspection would be fine, because Kaladesh was a fast format. All right, I want to take a poll, because I don't exactly I don't exactly believe I don't exactly believe what Explode Things is telling me. Does it feel better to get counterspelled by like a 5-mana high impact counterspell, or does it feel better to get quenched? I want to know everyone else's opinions. Hello, Bobbers. It feels better to get high impacted. Feels better? When someone, wow, really? Whoa. So Flutterdev, you prefer to get quenched than you prefer to get quenched than 5-mana counterspell. Wait, you're saying it's easier to play around quenched than a 5-mana counterspell? Is that the statement we're putting out there? Epiphany. Okay, Epiphany. Let's put Epiphany aside. Epiphany is an insane bomb. So you prefer soft counters to hard counters? Well, the cancel manifest one. 3-mana seems to be a pretty sweet spot for counterspells. Explode Things is saying that Refute is tuned, what is it called? Overdeveloped? I forgot what the word is. I'm sorry. You literally just used it. I'm blanking on it. Refute was really good though. Refute was like really, really good. Refute was the best blue common, wasn't it? So I think the best blue common should not be a counterspell. Well, counterspells are tough. I think that's one of the, like, everybody hates drawing no lands. Everyone hates drawing too many lands, right? That's like pretty agreeable. Everyone hates like mulling to 5. Everyone hates an unbeatable bomb that like takes away all the decision making in the game. But counter spells is tough. Counter spells is tough. What is memory drain? Oh yeah. Yeah, this card is pretty bad. But for example, I could see counter target spell like Surveil 3 to be pretty good, right? And that doesn't feel nearly as bad. Okay, I'm giving a little more credence to expensive. I'm sort of seeing it. I really do. I am really curious because I am also sympathetic to the idea that yeah, what about Spellgyre? How does everyone feel about Spellgyre? Spell Euro. I'm a little bit sympathetic to the idea of soft versus hard counters. But it seems like people seem to dislike soft counters, cheap soft counters. I liked the existence of Spellgyre in Bloomburrow. I actually liked it because when you countered a spell, it's fairly bad card, right? But it did have like a little bit of a buyout in itself. But the fact that you didn't get too much, you didn't get too much, right? Okay. Like for example, Bash Bob, what is the difference between Spellgyre for you and Manifest Dread? Not Manifest Dread. What is the card called? The one that looked like a fish fetus. You know what I'm talking about from Duskmourn. Manifest or Counterspell. I'm sorry. It looks like a fish fetus to me. The fear. What is it called? Yeah, one blue, yes. Manifest fear? No. One blue, yes. One blue, counter target spell. Or manifest a card. No. Or the common. Not Fear of Imposters. I forgot there were two of them. Yeah, I forgot there were two of them. Twist Reality. It was I was so off. I was completely off. I wasn't even close. Oh my god, I just confused everybody with my stupid words. A common counterspell in any given format should be bad 4 mana or moderately good at 5. Uncommon should be good at 4, amazing at 5. I wanna. I would remember. All right. This is a good. We can have this conversation for a long time because I think this is kind of important for fundamentally understanding Magic. Why is artistic refusal feel bad? Is it because it's like free? And it really is about tapping mana? Okay. Let's I need one question answered because I'm not fully unconvinced of what FlutterDev is saying. because I also agree that it feels like you do have agency around soft counters. So why does getting Quench suck? Why does getting Quench feel really bad? Wait. So knowing that you could have stopped it, so like, so the fact that you or there's an option, really interesting. Quench is fine when you can stop it. As in, so like you don't lose it, like losing to quote unquote bad cards, right? I know you haven't played that much of the set bobbers, or at least last time I talked to you, but like the Dragon Quench in this format is one of the best blue commons, right? So does that still feel as bad if it's like known to be one of the best blue commons? And the last question I maybe want to answer because I'm good. It's good to get everyone's opinions. Um, is it a problem? Is it a problem if a counterspell is blue's best common? Do you think that's a problem, fundamentally problem with the format? Because Dragon Quench is really close. If it's, I think Sibsig is still the best blue common, but it's pretty close. Dragon Quench is close, and Refute was definitely the best blue common. If you're fundamentally a problem with blue, Ayo, dunk. I do think that most of the gameplay should occur on the field, right? Stack-based interaction is like relatively important, but like you know, combat is Magic. Combat is the most fun thing about Magic, and blue should have an identity that also ties to the board state, you know, and not just the stack. On cast triggers. Oh boy. The stack is what makes Magic Magic. You're asking me a question about constructed? I don't know. Eugene is an Eldrazi, you're right. I mean, people hate when their game plan gets interrupted. Is the sort of general gist I'm getting. You know, and people's game plan can revolve around like I mean like we mentioned self mill earlier. People hate getting their bomb self milled because they feel like they had a game plan. Now they don't have that game plan. Okay. Okay. Constructed pundits. They're constructive pundits now, huh? Gosh, some people hate self-mill. Some people vehemently hate self-mill. Oh, FlutterDev, I have one question. This form is making me upset. With the fundamental disagreements about the design of Magic. Well, I mean, if Evoke did the thing it said it was gonna do, it would be fine. It's the combination with Flicker stuff that I think is a real big issue. Because like Evoke was never meant to put a 7-mana creature onto the battlefield. The natural order of the game. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. Do you know what? Dust is like a word for that Wizards has used for like sweepers and stuff, like all to like whatever, all is dust. So Dustin McDusterface could be a mass exile sweeper. And then I would have to pay Dustin all his money back. It's perfect, the perfect set. No, we're not going to do that. What about sweepers? Real quick touch on sweepers. Are sweepers fun? Are sweepers fun in draft? Real quick. Yeah, sweepers are fun. Sweepers can be fun. Magic just isn't fun. As long as the sweepers don't give you something extra, okay. Does the mana cost of the sweeper impact its funness? Right? What about like is a 4-mana sweeper significantly less fun than a 5-mana sweeper? No Wrath. But it's a god set. It's gonna be a god set. Where's the Wrath of God? They need to be appropriately costed, not too punishing. If a mid-range aggro player can play sweepers without impacting the game plan of the deck, then you're doing it wrong and limited. Yeah, what about red sweepers, huh? What about red sweepers? Like anger of the gods. Oh, there's a lot of cards. There's a lot of sweepers that leave behind something. What about 3-mana Pyroclasm? Oh, I see. It's the cost, not the damage that concerns you. When you were given an aggro player, write a sweeper. Okay, good to know. I want to dive into whatever next step is beyond this. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what next step is beyond this, so we can talk about it a bit. But I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to see where we go from here in terms of what next steps we should take. We should lay out a. I kind of want a roadmap. You know, I want a roadmap. Let's do a step-by-step roadmap. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm making some tea. Make a roadmap. Yes. Oh, wait. I got a question. Sorry, going back to what makes Magic unfun. How do people feel about random cards? How do people feel about Breaching Dragonstorm? How do people feel about Breaching Dragonstorm? Is it fun? Is it not fun? But not in Unlimited? Some people like them, so as long as they aren't required good thing to do. As long as it's not the best thing to do. You know what? This could be the answer for counterspells as well. As long as it's not the best thing to do. Maybe counterspells is just where it's at. As long as it's not the best thing to do, perhaps counter spells are fine. Rolling for nat 20 was fun. How did you feel when your opponent rolled for nat 20, Bobbers? And Dustin. Wait, Dustin, wasn't your last message random is not something I want unlimited? don't those two kind of contradict a little? But is it different? D20 rolling is skill testing. I'm not gonna lie. I think I think that might be a reason why I survived playing so much AFR. Is because I ended up playing a lot of blue and I ended up rolling a lot of dice, and it was kind of fun. The roller rolls the dice. Duh. The roller rolls the dice. It's a wasted card. Huh. Interesting. So you're fine like paying 5 mana over and over again to see if you eventually get the effect. Is the fact that you can respin? You can respin to win? Okay. Base effect. Gosh, oh my gosh, we should just make a star rail. Just, this whole set will just be a star rail set. Just turn all the gods into Aeons. You don't get that with Dragonstorm, huh? I mean, at minimum, you get a 1 mana card. It's not like you can hit a land and fizzle. And it's something you can do over and over again, theoretically. Also, Dustin said that figuring out the story is important. Isn't that like the last thing that we do? That's like the last thing we do. Like way down here. Isn't that what it means to go bottom up? Wait, but now we're doing top down. If we start with the story, we're doing top down. What's Dustin? What's your definition? What's your wait? What's your definition of top down? Because that's sort of what it kind of feels like the entire definition of bottom up, top down to me. Is that the theme and stuff gets chosen at the end versus the beginning. Because it kind of feels like we have different understandings of what it means. Also, like, is the next step besides making goals and stuff, starting the story and theme and then selecting mechanics and color rules, and then building the key cards? What is top down then? Because that sounds like top down to me. What is top down then? Top down is starting with the cards. That's bottom up to me. Top down is when you start with flying creatures. Interesting. So our definitions, Our definitions are completely reversed. Huh. Wow, our definition is completely reversed. Does that mean you won the bet, or does that mean Troy won the bet? Because you bet on this, right? Uh oh. We don't have to tell Troy though. We don't have to tell Troy. I was actually making myself tea. Um, what are you saying? Are you saying what would I consider a top-down card? It really, you can't really tell whether or not something's top-down or bottom-up by looking at the final product. Usually, Aether Drift supposedly was a bottom-up set, which kind of surprised me. To be honest, this kind of surprised me. But they claimed that Aether Drift was a bottom-up set. They made the mechanics first, and then they assigned Death Race to it, like way later on. Well, like a top-down designed card, right? In terms of how Wizards defines it, a top-down design card is that they're like, oh, I want like a toxic breathing dragon, and now what mechanics would a toxic breathing dragon have on it? And a bottom-up would be like, oh, I want a card that mitigates flood. I want a card that is playable in this deck and constructed. And then they like, okay, what is the flavor of that card? Is generally how Wizards goes about it. If they wanted a set to care about vehicles, then it's going to lead to things mechanically. Yeah. Yeah, when I talk about top down, bottom up, I'm referencing pretty much Mark Rosewater stuff for Magic design. Yeah. It's okay. We don't have to tell Troy. Troy never has to know. Troy doesn't have to know. It's okay. You're still the winner of the bet, and I hope you got a lot of money from it, from your cat. Okay. You know what? You can say whatever you want about Troy. Not my business. I'll stay out of it. Okay. Putting that aside, we talked about goals, which is probably the same thing as a roadmap, to be honest. Layout design, some design fundamentals. What's next? I mean, Organic Chicken said just make some magic cards, and I guess we could. I guess mechanics, maybe layout mechanics. How are my kids' Easter baskets completely out of chocolates already? Well, we can put on our detective hats, and I will say, somebody ate them. Some criminal ate all your kids' Easter chocolates. And was it you, Naked Carpenter? Wow. I'm gonna stay out of that one too. Throw stuff at wall and see what fits. Okay, another section then. Another section. How many mechanics do we have? Yeah, yes. Why don't you just I mean that could be fun. That could be fun for everybody. Just shoot random ideas and we'll take some. How many mechanics should a set have? Yeah, we could just talk about it. Yeah, just chat, pop off. Just pop off, whatever. 8 mechanics? All right, 8 exactly. Extremely specific number. The perfect number. It's 2 zeros on top of each other, layered like a snowman with no neck. 8. The perfect number. I definitely want MDFCs. The color combo cards are probably going to be a lot of the rare slots. A lot of the rare slots, as requested by Dustin, will be Elder Gods. The Eightfold Path of card design. I want MDFCs. I really do. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have baby elder baby gods. Yeah. We're at least gonna have some baby gods. I know I want MDFCs, right? I'm gonna list them here. A cycle of mulligan effect cards. I want at least a cycle of mulligan affecting cards. Cycling maybe? I wonder if cycling and MDFCs will fight for design space or whatever. I'm not sure if we need them both. Could be fine though. Could be fine. Common land should be OP. Common fetch lands untapped. I mean, that could be a thing. Just put all the fetch lands at common. I'm trying to understand this airloft mechanic. Move chat? Sure, I can move chat. Whoop. Beep. What do I mean by mulligan effect cards? So, for example, we could have a cycle of uncommons or something, common lands that you can like put on the bottom of your deck and cycle for free during your mulligan. the card that would be most like that is Serum Powder, right? The Serum Powder has an effect anytime you can mulligan when it's in your hand, and then it just basically gives you a quote-unquote free mulligan. Right? It could be not this intense where you get your free mulligan, but it could be like, well, you just reveal it, put in the bottom, draw an extra card. Right? Something that affects your mulligan to make mulligans a little bit, less common. But you still have to draft it. And it's not a huge impact, right? Because I don't want to negate mulligans. Like, I think it's possible that a free mulligan for like, for example, if we put a blanket rule over the format saying like, oh, everyone gets a free mulligan, that might be pushing it too far in terms of making all the games samey. Right? Possibly. I'm not entirely sure. But something to mitigate mitigate mulligans. Free mulligans, great question. Fundamentally, do mulligans help aggro or control more? Control, I think. Yeah, control. I think they help control more. Because aggro decks generally mulligan better. Yeah. Aggro decks mind mulliganing less. So which could be good, because good mana helps aggro. So a cycle of, for example, uncommons. I think I want to avoid conspiracy type cards. I've played with them and I'm not sure if I'm in love with it. Like Clockwork Librarian at most, but I think simplifying the draft process is probably a good thing. I think it's for the gameplay itself. I think we're going to focus on gameplay. Yeah, but it's good because our set's going to have really good mana, like really good 2-color mana at least. Like I think people should have mitigated color issues, especially for aggro decks, right? Yeah, especially for aggro decks. And then maybe something to help mitigate mulligans, which actually helps control decks, which pushes in both directions, right? So random card ideas. Cycle of uncommons that can cycle for free while mulliganing. Uncommon lands, probably. I'm just, maybe I'm being too specific in these ideas. Produce only a single. I wonder if they should be tapped. I'm not sure. Tapped? Untapped? Not sure. Well, it's something like that. Something just as simple as that, I think, probably goes a long way in terms of helping the quote-unquote problem with mulliganing. Like, just mitigating it slightly without changing the balance too much. And, like, I think all it takes is an uncommon cycle. What? Oh. I should really make a command for that. We are sponsored by Untapped. Untapped.gg. We should utilize -1/+2 counters. but why? But why should we do that? There used to be so many different types of counters. It's probably a good thing that they're reduced the types of counters for tracking purposes to make it less confusing for people. Bring back -3, -1 counters. Oh boy. Okay. Um, gosh. So, do you know what's easy for me? We're talking about mechanics right now. We're talking about the mechanical section in terms of what we actually want for mechanics. It's really easy for me to develop mechanics that reduce problematic variance in Magic, right? Because like people talk about all the time, like having real close, tight, interactive games. People love MDFCs. I think the cycle. I actually think this uncommon cycle land. I'm pretty excited about because I think that would go a long way in terms of helping mulligans, but not even like too much to the point it's like overbearing or whatever. We could go over old mechanics and see which ones are like the best. Right? Yeah, before we build new, we can use we can brainstorm in this section, Han. But yeah, we can go over old mechanics and then see if we can create, right? We can create new mechanics that that patch holes in what we're looking for, right? You know what we haven't defined yet? We haven't defined our color rules. Which is kind of a big deal, right? What kind of set is this? Is it dual color? Are we doing wedges? Are we doing shards? What's with the yellow highlight? It's just what I'm focusing on right now. It's just the one I'm currently working on. I think we have to probably. It's a little disorganized, obviously, but I think we have to figure out what kind of set we're doing, right? Are we going to focus on allied colors, enemy colors? Are we going to focus on all 10 color pairs? What's the pros and cons of actually focusing on that? Because clearly, what I've learned from Tarkir Dragonstorm, or I knew this before, but what's clear to me in practice is that people aren't super happy with soupy sets, right? People aren't particularly happy with the soup. I mean, would you describe Foundations as a multicolor set? I mean, they have multicolored cards, right? And then maybe the same amount of multicolored cards or whatever, but what was the most fun 3-color set in history? Let's just talk about history. And I want questions for specifically for Slug. What is not a multicolor set in your eyes? What is not a multicolor set? Throne of Eldraine was not a multicolor set. Yes, agreed. With Adamant and the ability to go monocolor. You want old school Magic? You want a Windrake? Hey, we got some Windrakes in this set. Was Zendikar Rising a multicolor set? That's true. You did love New Capenna, and people really didn't like New Capenna. People really didn't like it. This is interesting. Mulligans, maybe. Who gets a do-over? Is that a card, or is that everyone gets a do-over? I think I would like to avoid changing the fundamental rules of current Magic. So I'm not sure if I'd be willing to just say, hey, everyone gets like a free mull in this set or like a free do-over in this set. But if it's tied to a card, I could see it. Plane Shift is the best 3-color, but draft didn't really play out multicolor. Huh. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Keyword ability. I could see it being a mechanic. Like not sorry, not a mechanic. I could see it being an ability. I don't know if it's going to be on that many cards though. Enough to the point to be keyworded. It could also be like life loss too, right? That's kind of that's kind of spicy. Do you know it's kind of spicy because mulligans, especially these type of do-over mulligans, really benefit control players. Maybe it could be loss of life. It could be loss of life. Like, I wonder if it's worth like taking 4 to the face to get a quote unquote free mulligan. Can I codify the Dauntless mechanic? Hold on. So where's the random ideas? Codify Dauntless mechanic. What if you do a weighted distribution of colors instead of 5 colors or whatever? You can make it 3 groups with 2 pairs and a trio or something weird. I don't remember. We should take it down to bare bones with color rolls. Colors have so many multi-specializations that I think we should take the single colors down to 1 or 2 basic roles expand. So you want to assign roles to monocolor. So there's the common approach. You know how like WotC releases their draft archetypes infographic or whatever that says what the 2 color roles are interested in doing. They do that for every set to help new players. We should, in the end, be able to make something like that, where someone can look at a piece of paper and know exactly what a color combination is trying to do. Right? So is that piece of paper going to have, like, what's going to be on that piece of paper? Is it going to be 2 color pairs, like 10 2-color pairs, and then with the assigned role? In my opinion, that's very simple, right? That's pretty simple to do and really easy to understand. I think it gets very complicated when you get into 3-color sets. Like, splashing can be relatively easy, and we can keep it mostly focused on 2 colors, but not soupy. You know, without like an overlying 3-color theme or whatever. That played terribly in limited. Oh, they did this for Ixalan. Okay. Pirates have 3 colors. Vampires, Merfolk have 2. It didn't work very well. Oh. Why didn't it work very well, Armark? Do you know why? I know that, um, like why fundamentally did it not work well? I know that Avacyn Restored, also one of the most hated limited sets of all time, also did that, where they had black be a loner color, and people hated that set. Ah, that's a good point, Dustin. So we should do 2 color rolls. Like the draft infographic. So we can literally lay out like, right? Like blue white, blue black, green white, green red. What's the other one? Green. What's the other allied color? I'm forgetting the other allied color. Red black. Good old Rakdos. White black. Red white. I'm blanking on these. Blue green. Is it? Ah, go garbage. Is that 10? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's all 10. Okay. We can talk about what these colors want to do. Like fundamentally. Because this is separate. This is mechanical. This is separate from like gameplay smoothing type mechanics. Because gameplay smoothing type mechanics should span all the colors. That's easy for me. That's easy for me. To be honest, I don't really have a real great idea on how to develop this. So we'll think about it when I get back. Because I'm going to take a little break, make myself some tea. I'll be RB. All right, I got my tea. We're back. I think there's a great benefit in focusing on the resonance that Magic already has, right? Especially if we're targeting a slightly above casual. It's like if we're targeting an audience that says, "Yes, Magic the Gathering is a hobby of mine," right? If we're focusing on those people. Um, I think for color rules, I think the color rules section is a good section to address, the archetypes, Timmy, Johnny, Spike. I forgot who else is in this. Oh, Vorthos, I guess, but we'll handle them later. Isn't it a bit early to be choosing the pairs? What comes first? I think you might be right, given that I don't really have a great direction for this section. Like I'm talking about this, but I'm like I don't really know how to start choosing except to take suggestions, right? Like Dustin's talking about flyers and counters. The thing is, we've never done something like this before, so how should we? Like, well, what is the next? What is the next step that we should take? Or, like you were saying before, maybe we should just assign things, and if it doesn't work out, backtrack, right? Like there's nothing set in stone. I'm not writing anything in pen here. So, we could just assign stuff, right? I got a question. How do we scratch or forget Spike? I don't care about Spike. How do we scratch Johnny in draft? How does Johnny get the scratch in draft? Like multi-spelling, right? I wonder if Johnny did Johnny like otters in Bloomborough? There gotta be some memes. We can have some memes. Some serious memes. There can be some Clarm. The stereotype of the player archetypes is that Timmy likes dinosaurs and Johnny likes playing with himself. Is the general how people generally like looking at it, and that's why Johnny's unpopular. There's some cards in Bro that did that were like Aetherflux Reservoir that you could actually put together a combat. Johnny is Sam Black. Oh yeah, we need some stuff for Sam. We do need some stuff for Sam. So that's not necessarily a color roll thing. That just involves yeah, that just involves some like underappreciated cards. Right? That involves some like an opportunity to play with underappreciated cards. We can do that without looping the deck. That's fine. Games do need to end. I remember a while ago. I'm not sure when, but I forgot where I got this from, but someone said that Orzov is not pronounced with a Z, it's pronounced with a J, like Orjov. And that's just how it's been. That's how I've been saying it, Orjov. I don't know if it's correct. I don't know what the source was. Someone just said it, so I just started saying Orjov. Do I think it's correct? Not necessarily. Is that false? Is it actually Orzov? I don't even know what the truth is behind that. I just started calling it that because I thought it was kind of funny. Which might actually be disrespectful of me, but I did it anyway. Sulfuric Vortex at common, let's go! Let's go! I mean, that's a way to end games, right? That's totally a way to end games. Like Elite Guard Mage, the one that draws and gains life and flies. That's a good card. At the beginning of your upkeep, put 2 descent counters on this enchantment, then each player creates X treasure tokens. Oh wow. That sounds kind of interesting. 2 descent counters of your upkeep. Yikes. Huh. So if we're gonna signpost it, it cares about what, flying? Peaked with Constellation. Oh my gosh. Descent speeds up commander games a lot. That sounds like a great thing. I love Descent. Organic Chicken, as a commander aficionado, do commander games last too long? Just straight up. Does the average commander game last too long? What about the average commander game? Not like they can, but like, is the average commander game problematically too long? Oh, okay. Just play issue. What's the quintessential Dimir identity? Time spent armor, time spent. If the turns are super fast and it doesn't take a lot of time, then great. Dimir's Flash? I only recall one set having Dimir with Flash in it. I usually don't really know what the identity of Dimir is. Because you can blame a lot of it, people not paying attention to the board. Like graveyard stuff. Sometimes they make it more tempo, like in Neo with the Saboteur theme of hitting players. Oh yeah, with like ninjas. Like ninjas and stuff. Yeah, that's true. Neo had a pretty strong ninja theme. Does it care more about draining? Because I don't think anything in Magic references draining. Like if you were to have a signpost uncommon, right? A signpost uncommon. So okay. How about we reverse this? Let's reverse this. Let's redo the prompt here. I am a new player. I'm a casual Magic gamer, relatively casual Magic gamer. I'm entering the set. I open a booster pack. I look at the cards and I see a gold uncommon. What is it telling me about those colors? Right? What does it tell me that the colors care about? Like I want to hook my teeth because I'm new. I want to hook my teeth into this multicolor card and want to draft around it, and I want my draft to at least somewhat make sense because of that gold card. So what does that look like? Unfortunately, Magic doesn't reference drain. We could just reference drain, I guess. We could just do that. Specifically, referencing drain. We'd have to keyword it, which is fine. So if we want to do drain for Orzhov, we have to choose whether or not we're keywording drain, we care about opponent losing life, or we care about opponent gaining life. They want something like 3 fast, 4 mid, and 3 slow color pairs each set. They keep blue black in the slow category. Huh. That is very interesting, actually. Yeah, that's a pretty quintessential card advantage slow card. And look at core sets. I think this goes back to, I think we're running into something here, right? Where we want to answer the question about how core setty, right? We want the set to be, because we're listing off a bunch of stuff like what has been done in the past, what's been done in the past. But what I haven't thought about, which we probably should, is do we want this to feel like a core set with a lot of core mechanics about Magic addressed, or do we want it to be like some wacky other experience? Right? For example, I kind of feel like sticking somewhat basic in the mechanics, and then sticking to the mechanics and then adding additional embellishments on top of that to make the games fun appeals to me a lot more than just going hog wild with the mechanics. Right? Sounds a lot better to me. So I'm fine filling out this sheet and then seeing what happens from there. Okay. What is Celestia most known for? Is it more known for going wide, or is it more known for counters? It would be sweet to have less generic powerhouses at common, which would require very strict combo-y pairs. Tokens, animal tokens, counters. Bobbers. Are you talking about like the off-color adventures, for example? Does that fit into what you're talking about? Life gain. Convoke. That's true. Yes. Each one has done a lot of things. It's true. Okay, boppers. What about red green? What is red green known for? Is it known for Space Marine orcs? Gruul is known for enchantments. Big stats. Smash. Gruul smash. Enchantments. That's right. Gruul is known for plowing. Very nice. Red green smash. What about Rakdos? With no evasion and losing. Oh my gosh. That's true. We could. I would like to. That's a good exercise. I want to go back. Well, let's finish this list first, and then I'm going to go back and ask about people's favorite cards of that color combo, and then I want to see if there's any overlaps. That'd be good. That'd be a good exercise. So there's often the case where color pairs get significantly weakened because the common was supposed to carry it is so good that every other deck in that color also wants it. Was supposed to carry it is so good. Oh, let me try to understand that. Maybe a specific example would help me. Are you talking about like Sagu Wildling is not really a green card, it's like more like a 5-color card? Or is it like, oh, the best blue common is also splashed in every other color? Like would you see Organ Hoarder as a problematic card when like in Midnight Hunt, for example? Is Blightning like a favorite card of yours? It wasn't supposed to be synergistic, yeah. Yes, huh? And I don't know, maybe. Hmm. Yeah. That's interesting. Maybe. Favorite Rakdos card is Blood Tithe Harvester. SNC famously had a cycle of strong commons that R&D included for their power budget, and black was weaker because its common was murder, which absolutely not on the level of overseer or the 2 green. No, I'm good. Or the thank you, no problem. The 3/3 at the treasure. Okay, yeah. It was not very good at all, actually. More important for 2 color cards to get splashed, huh? What about Bororos? What is the iconic theme for Bororos? I think of going wide as well. That's pretty much all I think of, actually. What else is in Bororos? What does Bororos also do? Going wife, okay. Haste. Aurelia, the war leader, is the one that gives you an extra attack, right? So it's something that leverages your current board. All right. So Bosch Bob. All right, Spider. Okay, got it. Equipment, got it. Not that reach? Oh, sorry. Please forgive me. Mammoth Spider. Got it. Giant Spider is old school magic. Giant Spider is old school magic. Chat letting it happen. Okay, what is it known for? I can't stand this. It has to be the 2 Z's. Spells, right? Double spells. Artifacts. Follower, Zagana, Prime Speaker. Drawing 2 cards. What about garbage? Graveyard? Creatures? Counters, even, sometimes? Creatures dying, that's right, morbid stuff. Morbid stuff, sure. I want to go back because Han proposed this and I think it's a good idea. Yeah, Delirium stuff, right? Oh, I like Delirium a lot. Big fan of Delirium. Hey, if we're gonna have gods in our set, we could do Delirium stuff. That could be flavorful in its own way. What is everyone's favorite blue-white cards? Favorite blue-white. It doesn't even matter why you like it. Just favorite blue-white. And I'm not even talking about like What? What? Oh, Reflector Mage is a blue-white card, yeah. Momentary Blink. I'm not even talking about like what is quintessential. I'm talking about people's favorites. Momentary Blink. Big Tef. Raph from DMU. Dream Trawler. Wow, pretty varied, right? Elite Guard Mage. Sphinxes. Rev. Dovin Grant. What the heck is Dovin Grant Arbiter? Is that War of the Spark? Spell Queller. Dream Trawler's a joke. Okay. Oh no, that's I forgot where that's from. Absolutely. Okay, what about blue-black? What are people's favorite blue-black cards? Polling for people's favorite blue-black cards. Mystical Teachings. That's a good one. 4/4. I don't know what that is. Brown in the Lock. Silumgar's Command. Yes, Drown. Drown the Lock's a good one. Siphon Insight. Psychic Frog. Why do people hate Psychic Frog? Scarab God. Demir Spybug. Invasion of Amonkhet. Another feel question. Do y'all like your target cards getting touched? Do you like your cards getting touched? Right? Like Siphon Insight. Do you like it when your opponent steals your stuff? And why is heisting so hated? Is it because of how strong it is? You like touching other people's cards? Why do you hate heist? Is heisting just not a matter of design, but a matter of development? As in, it's just way too powerful. Okay. So if Heist, for example, said that you got a random card from your opponent's library, would you hate Heist? You wouldn't hate Heist if it was just a random card. Okay, so people don't mind getting their cards touched, it seems like the consensus is, but it's more about the choice. Random non-land would be fair. The ceiling would still be stupid, okay. So I've got a question, like, is Gonti the original Lord of Luxury? Is that stupid? Crabomination. That's also mono black card, but yeah. But we are talking about stealing opponent's cards. Crabomination. Is Gonti Lord of Luxury too pushed? I mean, that card was never broken. OG Gonti stole on ETB, yes. I don't know what 4/4 was. I think that was a joke that someone made. And it went over my head, but I wrote it down anyway. Gonti's fine. Why is Gonti fine? Like, why? Why is heisting bad, but Gonti's fine? The joke is right there. I'm too thick. I'm sorry. I understand that I don't know what that card is, but then like no name. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Even MTG Bot gets it. Oh, MTG Bot's smarter than me. Yesterday, we determined that I was smarter than a robot because I was able to pass pure fiction by manually battling, and the auto battler could not pass it. But now I'm stupider than a robot. Okay. Okay. Am I smarter than a fifth grader? Absolutely not. If you gave me those tests that, well, I'm not smarter than a fifth grader because I've deleted all the stupid knowledge they try to cram at you at fifth grade. So yeah, I'm stupider than a fifth grader. But in reality, probably smarter. But yes, I don't remember the exact dates of the major events in the Revolutionary War. I don't actually remember that because that's stupid. All right, what are people's favorite Selenia cards? What are people's favorite Selenia cards? Marasa, Rootgrazer, Armadillo Cloak. Arcus Acolyte. Karametra. Sigarda. Host of Herons. Which Huatli? There's so many Huatlis. Just any Huatli? All the Huatlis? A Johnny? Mentor of Heroes? Buxton Decorated Host? I have no idea what that card is. It's an alchemy card. Hey, if it's your favorite, it's your favorite. We can still figure out why people like it. People like cards, they like cards. Chosen commons because you're relevant in draft? That they are. Oh, they nerfed Buxton? Wow. I had no idea. That's the token producing one, right? Favorite red-green cards. What is everyone's favorite red-green cards? And a Ghost the Reveler. Rome Gully. Savage-born Hydra. At the end, yeah, okay. Minx and Boo. Everyone loves Minx and Boo. The split card. Rough and Tumble? No, I don't know what that card is. Struggle to Survive, the split card. Heaven to Earth. Cindervines. Commercial District, heck yeah. Gotta love Commercial District. Child of the pack. Sprouting Goblin. Forgot what War Domri was called. And Delirium is a thing. What is Anarch of Bolas? What? Never heard of this card. Oh, Domri Anarch of Bolas. That's funny. We can move on. We can move on. What about favorite cards for? We got Blightning, Bloodtithe Harvester for Rakdos. Other people's favorite Rakdos cards. I should probably take a break after we pull this one. Mayhem Devil. Terminate. Mogus. God of Slaughter. God of Laughter. Gastal Thrill Seeker. Go, go, go. Crucius. Oh, Dustin. This may be of interest to you. I'm not sure. I don't know if you still feel the same way. Next month's qualifier is alchemy. And I think that you told me to let you know when I was doing alchemy stuff. And I might do alchemy stuff. Haven't fully decided. Any other Rakdos cards that people really like? Laughing Jasper Flint. Alchemy is probably a really weird format, yeah. Love stealing cards? Heck yeah. The Manifest Dread Enchantment. Wait, for Rakdos? I don't think Fable's a Rakdos card. Even though it's played in Rakdos decks. Manifest Dread Enchantment. Oh! What is that card called? Yes. What is it called? Yeah. It's called... I can see its stupid face. Disturbing Mirth. I think it's with an I, I think. I'm not sure. Could be wrong. Yeah, that one is really cool. That's a really cool card. That's one of my favorite Rakdos cards too. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break because I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Disturbing Girth. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back. BRB. He's never coming back. He's gone forever. You know what? You know what? I love everybody. And I just had a thought. I wonder. I wonder. Oh yeah, Fable's ridiculous. Ridiculously good. I wonder if we want to make this a land-based set. Just throwing that out there for people. Land-based mechanics. What if we want to base it around lands? Land god. Land god. Land baby. Baby land. Gosh, tried. Oh my. Whoa, y'all. What if we had a forest that was also a 1/1 creature, huh? Huh? A 1/1 creature that's also a forest, eh? That wouldn't cause any problems or shady Twitch moments or shady coverage moments whatsoever. Gosh, people would behave so normally around a 1/1 land creature. Yeah, people would behave so normally. Yeah, basically a baby land. All right, your favorite Orzhov cards. Let's finish this list up, and then we'll talk more about the land situation. Because I actually think a land basing a lot of the mechanics around lands might be a really good idea. Teysa. Which Teysa, by the way? There's a lot of Teysas. Which Teysa is your favorite? Indulging Patrician. Grandma is called Grandma. I know what you're talking about. Alas Ilcor. Or Olome del Presidio. Ketramoose. Imperious Oligarch, yes. Orzhov Scion? Teysa Orzhov Scion. Sacrifice is also like a common theme, right? Okay. Spirit summoning card? You mean like Inkling summoning? Oh. Lingering Souls. Yeah, Lingering Souls. I like how my first thought was inkling summoning. We need lessons? You like lesson learn? Show of hands, who likes lesson learn? I like lesson learn. Lesson learn, by the way. Lesson learn is such a brilliant way to incorporate draft mechanics into draft without draft mechanics. Lesson learn, I think, is a wonderful mechanic. Okay. No, but organic chicken. Chicken. What do you hate? Who? Show of hands. Who hates lesson learn? Who hated lesson learn? You hated the bomb, but you don't hate the mechanic. You hate that card, right? You hate that card. We don't have to have a mascot exhibition. It made the gameplay kind of redundant. Interesting. Does anyone else feel like it also made the gameplay redundant? Like you were kind of doing the same thing every game? Because, like, you know, you draft an inkling summoning, you're going to have an inkling in play. Did anyone feel like negatively about that? And because I think factually speaking, it's true, right? You draft one inkling summoning, most likely you now have 3 inkling summonings in your deck. Do you think, Armoric, that would be mitigated by more lessons? No, seriously, I'm serious. Do you think it would be mitigated with more lessons? Do you think it was so awesome that all archetypes needed to draft for it? I really like lesson learn. That's a great point. Lesson learn is great. We need more lesson learn. Because the as fan remains the same, you're going to play with the best lessons of the situation anyway. Lesson learn is good. Would make games pretty dang good. To play with the best lessons in the situation. If you do want to base it around gods, right? Because we said bottom up, but we already have a little bit of top down because we've been required to make gods. So like that could definitely be like a creation myth type thing situation going on. Yeah, so like you companions. 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 Now that this is great. Now that we don't have to care about constructed, we could have companions. Companions. Oh my gosh. Old companion rules? It's probably fine. Old companion rules, yeah. Tap and learn instant was a bit too strong. Sure, that's fine. God companions. God companions. Make Loot a companion. Hey Dustin, Dustin, I have to ask Dustin, is loot appearing in your set? Is so not your set, but is loot appearing in the set in our set a bad thing? All right, we're gonna put loot in here. All right, loot cameo. This is one of the core pillar design tenets. We're gonna have a loot cameo. Why? Because loot's everywhere. Loot's on all the open paths. Why not? All right, loot. Here we go. If I have any legendary creature in the zone, isn't that just kind of like commander draft? Like Commander Legends? We're starting to get kind of an identity here. I'm gonna find a full list of mechanics, right? And just see what sort of stands out to us as like the home run mechanics that we're really interested in. Is there a list of is there a list of every magic mechanic of all time? Does anyone have a link to every magic mechanic of all time? What about this? I found this. The wiki probably has them. Okay, let's go. Let's go in order here. People's general opinions on clue tokens, like the ones that we feel like really strongly about. I think clue tokens are fine. I think they're fine. Yeah, banding exists. I think investigation's fine. No opinion. Incubate, no opinion for me. I think treasures and gold are a little dangerous. I know that treasures and gold are a little dangerous, right? For example, I think treasures and gold were a large part of what made AFR a challenging format, right? Because red black could just splash everything. So treasures in moderation could be really good. Treasures, but in moderation. Blood? Where's blood? Blood's not even on here. They didn't. Blood's missing. Yeah, we left the color combos. Ditching. Bye-bye, color combos. We're not gonna have... I'm officially announcing we've deleted Izzet and Golgari from the set. There will be no Izzet or Golgari supported whatsoever. Mana from treasures can't be used to cast it. I could see that. Blood. People like blood. 3. All right, we'll just leave 3 off. How do people feel about food? What's people's opinions about food? Food tokens. I know that mixing You dislike blood, but you have blood, Dustin. Everyone has blood. Food is great. Why is food great? Why is food great? And why do we love food? What are your favorite and least favorite things about food? Cascade. What about discover, huh? It needs a mechanic attached because you make so many food tokens. You just like having stuff on the battlefield and then you eat them because you make so many food tokens and you eat them. Forge was okay. Needs a mechanic attached. The Bash Bob like Forge in BLB. You can look at junk food while you play Magic. Hello, Moomin. Moomin, how are you doing? How is life? You can make your own food tokens? Life is hard. You want to talk about it? You don't have to talk about it. How do you feel about Power Stone tokens? We have. I'm actually learning a lot. Dislike Power Stone tokens. Okay. Power Stone bad. I hope things get better, Moomin. Power Stone's boring. How do y'all feel about rolls? So the rolls take up a lot of design space because of how like you have to remember all these different types of rolls. So this is like kind of all that's pretty all encompassing. So rolls are actually fairly intensive in terms of how much design space they take up. Okay, how do you feel about maps? And explore. Maps and explore. Because if we're thinking, and I'm thinking about making I'm thinking about making the set more land themed. Right? More land themed. And Explorer goes into that pretty nicely. I feel like people weren't really happy with Explorer though. So the main argument I heard when Explorer was like a thing was that it was a little RNG and the breakpoints and the breakpoints in power toughness was problematic for people, right? And I was really sympathetic to that argument, right? I was really sympathetic to that argument because the difference between having a 1-2 and a 3-2 and a 2-3 sometimes really mattered when you're getting beaten down and you couldn't choose. What if there was a fixed, quote unquote, fixed? I mean, but you know, we're obviously here to like make stuff. You could have it so that even if you see a land, you can choose to bin it and get a +1/+1 count. Doesn't that solve it? I mean, literally, doesn't that solve it? Like if you see a land, you put in your hand, or if you see a land, you could choose to put in your graveyard and get a +1/+1 counter. That kind of solves that issue of explore and breakpoints and power toughness. Kind of like Inoc Wayfarer does. You get to choose. Explore. Maybe a fixed explore. Maybe a fixed explore. So you don't have to cast your creatures as though they'd grow bigger on ETB. Yeah, maps do fix that, huh? Why? Okay. Question to those who like Explore, Mega Explore. Question to those who like Explore but dislike maps. Why? Why do we dislike maps but like Explore? Their cost, paying additional mana. Just like a huge variety tokens, and you don't want to pay. What if maps are free? Who would change their opinion to liking maps if maps were free? So it's just an option of explore now or explore later. Hello, better strategy. Landfall. That's too powerful. That's too powerful. Better strategy, we're having a variety day right now. Variety days are only done by request via coffee, but we're having a variety day to design a custom magic set. So we're talking about mechanics that are inherently fun for a draft environment. And things are starting to congeal together. A little bit, a tiny bit. Free and instant speed? So there'd just be threat of activation free combat tricks? Oh my gosh. If you map, you're looking for something desperately, sometimes you really need one or the other. So it feels bad if you don't get the right thing. Huh. Still get a creature. Interesting. Seems like maps are pretty contentious, huh? I wouldn't have expected that, but yeah. Okay. I'd rather have a clue in that situation. Very interesting. Okay. So it is like the element of randomness that people don't like about it. Huh. And maybe explore is not the way to go. I don't know. We'll see. How do people... Does anyone dislike Landfall? Because I think Landfall is a generally well-received mechanic. Does anyone dislike Landfall? Because I think a goal of mine would be like 20 land limited decks. 20 land limited decks would be kind of a goal of mine. People who play Commander hate Landfall. Why? Rewards you for doing something you already need to do. So is it because you don't feel clever for hitting Landfall? Time consuming, I see. Lots of searching and shuffling, because in paper it takes time. Okay. When you're top decking, do you think that it softens the blow of drawing an excess land because you have landfall? Because like there's other ways that we can mitigate flood. There's way more ways to mitigate flood than just landfall. So maybe landfall isn't it. We can celebrate excess lands, mitigate flood without landfall. And there are also diminishing returns on mechanics that mitigate flood. Because like then, for example, if we have a mechanic that mitigates flood inherently and landfall, then you're left with a weird problem of, oh, I want to trigger my landfall creatures, but I also like want to do something else with this land. So maybe that's not the route we take. Or also can make for real bad top deck wars. How does it make for real bad top deck wars? Is it because like no matter what your opponent top decks, they're gonna win. For example, Dragon Sweeper in this set. Well, we're going over all the mechanics in Magic and seeing how people feel about them. Because, like, you know, we pulled out Lesson Learned and Companions because these are like pretty beloved for Limited specifically. And I want to see if there's any sort of like things we feel really strong about that we might be missing to try and weave into the set. And then we can always tweak it. We can always tweak it because we're in charge. Can we have banding? No. No, we can't have banding. Bands of landfall creatures. Bands with companions and landfall creatures. Oh, yeah. What is a junk token? The heck is this? What is a junk token? Sacrifice this artifact, exile top. Oh, it's an impulse. Oh, it's a free impulse. Oh. Ooh, someone else has got to tell me about junk. How is junk? Sorcery speed impulse. Anyone play with junk here? This is a fallout token. You think it's okay? Never played? Who here plays with junk? Junk from the Dogmeat Commander? Yeah, junk. That junk. Yeah, if you're digging for land, yeah. It is free. Interesting. You can just tack it on random stuff, maybe junk. Junk? Okay, well, it's good to know about junk. Populate, don't like to populate. Ooh, amass. Why do people like amass? Yeah, a lot of the tokens have cool artifact synergies, yeah? You don't like amass? Because zombie? You don't either? Okay. Let's attach another card. Amass is meh. Oh, I didn't realize that people were generally not a huge fan of it. Living Weapon for Mirrodin. Both these cards are kind of these are kind of just ways to solve equipments. I'm not a huge fan of equipment in general. How do people feel about equipment in general? That's a good broad question. How do people feel about equipment in general? It's rarely balanced well. Okay, that's no equipment in the set. Dustin has spoken. These are the rules. Oh, you were kidding. I couldn't tell. Dustin, you rarely kid, so I take everything you say very seriously. Or ignore it. But not on purpose, because I'm disorganized. Ah, there was that. Okay. That's the Kappa. That's the Kappa phase. I'm designing. I bring it in front of Watsy, and Watsy says no. I take it out of the set. One shark card. I'm in. If we're gonna have a loot cameo, we're gonna have one shark card. What about a shark god? Oh, who is the shark god? Who is shark god? No one, literally no one's gonna know this answer but me. Who is shark god? In Polynesian mythology. I should know this. This is totally me. I'm up. And I'm blanking. I don't know who. I don't know who this is. No, it's not Maui. It's crap. That's gonna bother me. It's one of the prime ones too that takes the form of a shark. Shark. Shapeshift. Hawaiian mythology. No. Kamohoali'i? The shark god who is also the brother of Pele. Interesting. Okay. That wasn't who I was thinking of. Apparently I don't know anything. Link to what? What are we linking? Oh, to the Scotty Planeswalker. Okay. Okay, well, we'll use equipment sparingly. I'm also not a huge fan of equipment. I also don't have any great ideas to fix equipment, nor do I think that's going to be the main focus of the set. I like MDFCs. I hate meld. I don't really want transforming. Do y'all like it when your cards transform? I like modal cards, but I'm not a huge fan of transforming cards. At all. In terms of transforming cards, I way prefer Dragonstorm Forecaster to like actual werewolves, if you know what I mean. Like cards that fetch other specific cards. If I need to put in work into transforming, no day night. Just no day night. Day night is terrible. Yeah. None of that. One-time flip transforms are okay? Okay. Good to know. Did I write down Devotion? How do we feel about Devotion? We don't have to have Devotion. But how do you feel about Devotion? Yeah, baby into adult on flip. Very possibly. Yeah, I'm not gonna shy. I won't shy away from it. You like it for gods specifically, Devotion? Like in terms of, yeah. I mean, we should talk about that, and then we can decide on the flavor, etc. later. Do you like monocolor encouragement? One of. It does discourage soupy multicolor. It would be nice if there were options to go soupy multicolor without like a lot of soupy multicolor. That'd be kind of cool. But it also makes hybrid. I like hybrid cards. I'm a big fan of hybrid. So like if there's a lot of hybrid in the set, or a decent amount of hybrid in the set, then maybe Devotion is better. Gods are mandatory. Gods are so we have to work around the gods. It's deemed as part of the prompt. So we're gonna have to figure out how to make it work. Yeah, there's gonna be 32 gods in the set. We already came up with a random idea for the common cycle monocolor gods that I kind of like. Kind of into it. But, you know, it's just an initial idea. Shadowmoor had Chroma as a proto-devotion with hybrid. Moomin, thank you for the 27 months of subbing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How do you feel about the two brid cards in Tarkir? I like them. I actually like them, yeah. I think those are really cool. I wish there were more. I kind of wish there were more. I've got a lot of questions for people. I got a lot of questions. But I'm gonna take a quick break. And then I'll be back to ask some stuff. Want to see a card? All right, here. There's a card. I'll be right back. Okay. Scrying is cool. Surveilling is cool. I prefer surveilling to scry. I really do like surveilling. Ooh, companion and learns are both outside the game. Don't like initiative. I don't know how few people feel about the dungeons. Day Knights, I hate it. Ascend, not a huge fan. Monarch, not a huge fan. Attraction, not a huge fan. This, nothing. Why do people like the Ring Tempsu, though? I don't know if I love the new component stuff. I've never liked these mechanics, I think. Bolster, support, endure, proliferate, time. What the heck is time travel? What? Exert. Why was the ring tempts you good? Helped endgame? It helped it like did it just smooth out your draws and help close games out? Is there going to be too many gods touching things? Being touched by God is also weird. The loot in itself was really good. Okay, interesting. Isn't that's on your C drive? But that's on we can't access a file on your C drive? Well, it's an HTML file, yeah. It's an HTML file, but the link is still on. I mean, the path. That's a path, right? It's a path. It's a file path. I mean, computers, frankly speaking, are quite difficult. You would have to upload it to Discord or something instead. I'm gonna skim through these. I'm gonna start skimming through these and see which ones you feel strongly about. Tempting offer, will of the council, villainous choice, discover, cascade as well. How do people feel about discover? Was discover successful? You like discover, huge discoverer. Is it like a good kind of variance? Also, someone said that Sacklands were cringe. Are you still here? I kind of want to know more about that. I'm not a huge fan of Devotion. I'm going to axe Devotion already. I think we can do land stuff without landfall. Just brings excitement. It is pretty fun. Discovering is pretty fun. I mean, Cascade was suggested, right? And Discover is kind of sort of like fixed Cascade. Is there a reason to do Cascade and not Discover? We could also make up a type of god, right? Sorry, demanded Cascade. Forgive me. Wait. Is there a reason why you like Cascade over Discover? Oh, that's how we That's how we punish people for playing counter spells. That's how we balance the set. Oh yeah, feel bads. I love it. I love feel bads. Cycling is fine. Channel, reinforce, blood rush. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I was told that was Troy before, and I forgot. Change to Troy Dustin's. Oh my gosh. It's crazy that the cat can type like that. What a talented cat. Troy, blink twice. Blink twice if you need rescuing. There's so many mechanics. There's so many mechanics. I'm gonna skim through. We're never gonna get through these if I don't skim them. And instead of waiting for, I'm gonna stop on the ones I feel really good about, or I feel things about. Or you can stop me. Cycling, transmute, channel, reinforce, blood rush, madness, ninjutsu, miracle, hate miracle, splice, forecast, jumpstart, flashback, harmonize. These cast from graveyard ones are pretty good. A lot of these are pretty good. Effect from graveyard. Harmonize is great. I love Harmonize. I do love me a Harmonize. Theoretically, you could harmonize on a creature, right? Blood Rush is something where you discard a card, and it gains stats based on what you've discarded for attacking creatures. We could do like a fixed Blood Rush. If you're not a huge fan of not being able to play it on blocks, kind of like, I mean, Channel had some. Ah, it says it's exiled afterwards. No, we're building a custom Magic set, Shimmer. Am I done playing Star Rail? I have no scheduled Star Rail days. I have 0 scheduled Star Rail days. I'm actually finished doing Star Rail. I have no more scheduled Star Rail days. Storm is not going to be a central mechanic. Dredge is also not going to be a central mechanic. Are the answer to unlimited graveyard recursion? Those are pretty good. I do like those. I really like finality counters, etc. Retrace, escape, dredge, recover, cohort, boast, grandeur, saddle, exhaust, aura swap, transfigure, monstrosity, adapt to level up, outlast, craft. I don't feel strongly about any of these. Activate, cast, counter, ill. Hideaway, imprint, champion, exploit. Do you like Outlast, or do you dislike Outlast? Hello, Troy Dustin's cat. Did you blink twice? Do we need to come and save you? Meow twice if you need saving. You like it. Okay. You like bolster way more? Do you like support? Not familiar with, okay. All right, everyone, it's time to go Operation Save Troy, Dustin's cat. From Dustin the Oppressor. Wow, not even letting the cat sleep. Craziness. Partner with, amplify, bloodthirst, yep. Bloodthirst, nah. Devour, tribute, fabricate, riot, unleash, backup. Ooh, backup. Dustin the Oppressor. Graft, evolve, soul bond, rally, alliance, constellation, landfall, eerie. Extort, prowess, magecraft, flurry, what the heck is paradox? What in the world is this? What is paradox? What in the world is this? When you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, investigate. Is that create a fruit token? Oh, whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, do something. Huh. The Doctor Who set, I see. There's so many cards. There's so many things I just have no idea. I've just never seen before. Cumulative upkeep, phasing, echo, fading, vanish, kinship, modular, soul shift, haunt, persist, undying, afterlife, enrage, inspired, heroic, valiant, gotcha. It just didn't have a name. Yeah, survival. Now it does have a name. Including scooping. Gotcha. X-ray shroud, death touch, yeah. Stun, rad counters, hilarious. Augment rooms. Hey, isn't that just buildings? Shimmer, you suggested buildings. Aren't rooms just buildings? Battle, siege. How do y'all feel about battles and sieges? I think Battle and Sieges could be really fun. Battle and Sieges are really interesting. Battle for Moomin Valley. If the MSE, what is MSE? The Monster Strain, the Miser, the Magic Set Editor. Magic Set Editor. Wow, I finally got it. I got one for once. Oh, it depends if it has the card format. Okay. How do you like vehicles? I'm not a huge fan of vehicles, to be honest. Vehicles are fine. Honestly, they did pretty well with Aether Drift. New battle type. Stickers! Stickers! Curse, Trap, Tribal, Changeling, Devoid. Devotion, Party, Chroma. Domain, Undergrowth, Fathomless Descent. Coven, Metalcraft, Ferocious, Formidable. You like cases? Case feels pretty flavor specific. I mean, we could do a thing like cases. Just write it down. Hellbent, Faithful Hour, Corrupted, Historic, Modified, Commit a Crime, Outlaw. Ritual Summoning. Journey. What if you keyword, like Quest, right? Like Quest. Quest was a thing? That the cases kind of felt like? Quest for the Grave Lord. What if I keyword ETB and call it a new mechanic like enters? Yeah, I could do that. Here we go. Sweep, conspire, casualty, bargain, collect evidence, forge, gift, behold, kicker, spree, buyback, entwine, offspring, multi-kicker, replicate, escalate. Fall for creatures. Strive, squad, ravenous, plot. Ooh, plot. Impending, suspend, evoke, prototype, awaken, dash. Everything is kicker, overload, bestow. Affinity, Undaunted, Surge, Prowl, Artifact, Spectacle, Offering, Convoke, Improvise, Delve, Assists, Phyrexian Mana. Flash, Split Second, Addendum. What the heck is Addendum? Adamant, Sunburst. Converge, Storm, Ripple, Cascade. Gravestorm, Replicate, Cipher. Do I care about any of these? Dethrone. No Phyrexian Mana. Battlecry. That's right. Forgettable. Pack Tactics, Provoke, Annihilator. Myriad, Frenzy, Flanking, Bushido. Toxic, Renown, Ingest, Decayed. Poisonous. We have Discover though. Discover is just like Cascade, but like better. If we're using our WotC privileges to put Cascade into the set, we'll do it, but it's going on a waterfall card. Waterfall card. Because that's the only way we can justify Cascade over Discover. That's the only way we can do it. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Discover approved? I do like Discover. How much would Heist add to a card if it worked on your own library? Oh, tons. Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be so strong. Oh my gosh. Heist is already incredibly strong. It'd be even stronger if it worked on your own library. Okay, so mechanics I really, really, really like. We're gonna have MDFCs, for sure. I really think we should incorporate lesson learn. I actually really think we should do companions. These ones are bangers. Limited bangers. Nah, we're gonna do story last. We'll put together a story and stuff later. You hate companions? Why? Why do we hate companions? Treasures are kind of evergreen, so we don't really need to make it like a main focus of the set. But lesson learn also takes up a lot of design space, like a lot of design space. In Strixhaven, when we had lesson learn, what were the other mechanics? Were there any set specific mechanics? Magecraft? But that wasn't like specifically for like a color pair, right? That was all the colors did Magecraft, right? Ooh, it took up a lot of design space, lesson learn, huh? You can request whatever you want. Honestly, Troy, you're like secondary. You're second WotC. So the only one who could defeat you is Dustin, who's big WotC. 8 or more lands thing. It wasn't keyworded though, yeah? It wasn't keyworded. They also use hybrid mana and colorless spells because you're essentially drafting your deck plus your sideboard. This doesn't give you more room to pivot. This doesn't give you more room to pivot if you screw up your lane. I like hybrid mana. I'm a fan of hybrid mana. That's a good point. It's gonna fight. It's gonna fight. I don't know if we can do the land-based mechanics with lesson learn. I think I agree with that. Strixhaven with Discover sounds like the best set of all time. I also like how we're like doing no original mechanics. We're just taking the old mechanics. If there's a hole, we could patch it with custom mechanics. Is there is there anything inherent about learn that means that you can't fetch a land? Can there be a land lesson? The front side has to be a lesson. The back side could be a land, perhaps. Could be a waste, yeah. Absolutely. MDFC. MDFC lesson learned. Let's go. That's kind of funny. You pretty much always wanted to pick a lesson, but with lands, you only take a land if you need a land. But then you might also draw a land if you don't. That's really interesting. There's a lot of stuff you can combine with here. The lands are classrooms or schools. They have learn on them. Discoveromorph. Mega discover. Oh, it's a spell type. Hmm. Yeah, we can make lesson learn, but not call it lesson learn. The thing it doesn't have to be, it really doesn't have to be lesson learn. It could be something else. The Louisiana Purchase, a lesson learned by all. Blessed learned. It's God themed. Oh my gosh, get blessed on. What does my God give me today? It gives me a blurned. I've blurned. Wow, that's rich. Bless and burn. I'm sorry, that's really funny. We don't have to name it right now. We don't even have to flavor it, to be honest. Like, the flavor is fun to think about, but we want something like lesson learn, I think. If not lesson learn exactly, it's like lesson learn. And companion, it makes sense. I like companions. We don't necessarily have to do land-based mechanics. We also don't have to get like super complex with it, right? Dustin, can you give me a summary of why you don't dislike blood? I mean, we could still do baby gods and baby god school. Oh, you just no reason? Just flavor wise? I see. You don't like blood. Got it. Your cat deals with a lot of blood though. I'm assuming. Bloody treasure. Oh, you work in the kitchen. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Huh. Could be bless, and curse enchantments. Huh. Bless and curse enchantments are interesting. Lesson. We don't necessarily have to do blood. Hex and Boon. Boon and Hex. Oops, sorry. How do we feel about food? Do we feel strongly about food? I'm not sure what the hierarchy of the gods yet is. Oh my gosh. Wait. Culinary school themed. Let's do a culinary school themed set. We're doing top down now. Let's go. Do you even want the gods at lower rarities? Maybe. I was thinking the MDFC, common ones, the baby gods, could be common themed. At the bear. Lesson learned, sharpen your knives. Lesson learned in food, culinary school, let's go. I mean, they wouldn't be indestructible. To be honest, the cycle of common god, the MDFC common gods would be maybe they could be gods without having an identity yet, right? So they wouldn't be legendary yet. The baby gods, perhaps? And they'd just be like Colossal Dreadmaw, you know? Amorphous blob god, yeah. Who's Onion Guy? Who's the Onion Guy? Is that Jack? How do you say that? Jack? Onion. 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 Yeah, maybe the higher rarity ones can have some sort of protection for themselves. Artifact creature called Iron Chef. Okay, we're gonna do Discover, because Discover's really cool. We're gonna try and make it work. Anyan Haseo. I mean, discovering is cool. We could just have a couple cards to discover too. It doesn't have to be a whole theme. Food too doesn't have to be a whole theme, right? Oh my gosh, this all this all can totally lean flavor wise into food one. Oh my gosh. We could literally just make it food stuff. Oh wait, hold on. There's a break coming. I should probably take a break. Flavor wise, oh, it's perfect. Oh my gosh, we're doing food themed. I kind of, kind of just, I kind of just want to do this. Oh my gosh, we just have all food. Oh goodness, this could be funny as heck, but also kind of serious too. All right, we're gonna make it food themed. If any, we've accomplished anything today. We're focusing on making it food themed. If we're gonna do anything today, we've succeeded. Wow, I don't think Magic has had a serious like culinary set either. Have they? They've had food themes, but no like food themes, right? I'm supposed to take a break. Anyway, I'm leaving. I'll be right back. All right. Getting some ideas. In terms of mulliganing. Oh, we totally could. Reveals this card from. How does that work? How do the Praetors work? I don't know how to spell Praetor. Sorry, forgive me. No, not Predator. Well, the Chancellor. How does Chancellor of the Annex work? Yeah, we're doing food. I don't know how this would be worded. Lessons from cards in hand. Create a food token. How's this sound for like a common cycle, perhaps? Something that gives you a little bit of cardboard after mulliganing. Although, I never want it to be. I never want it to be correct to mulligan. Because that sounds bad, actually. I don't know about this one. Because I don't want it to be correct to mulligan ever. Like in the dark, right? I don't want it to be correct to mulligan in the dark. Is that such a bad thing? Because then it's correct to do so. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. Why don't I want it to be correct to mulligan? Is it like too much of a wheel spin? It's just supposed to make it like a little bit less bad to mulligan. What is this towering honey cake? Towering honey cake. Are companions locked in? I would like to lock in companions. I think companions are fantastic. We love companions. Towering honey cake, don't care. Maybe battle sieges don't fit. Here. Unnamed custom food set. That's what it is now. Food fight. Food fight's already a card though, yeah? Isn't it? Sadly. I can't believe this is not a green punch spell. Can you believe that? I think giving reprints a different context is actually really, really good. And really fun. So obviously not a ton of reprints, but I think reprints in a different environment are actually really interesting. So if there's any sort of like actual reprints that we want, I think that could be a good idea. Or like actual reprints, but not too many. Obviously, not too many. But it would have to make sense. Like Mary is Outrider doesn't make sense. Food chain. Oh my goodness. Okay, if we're gonna top down it, if we're gonna top down a mechanic, what is the recipe mechanic? Is recipe a card type? Like cases? Wait. Wait a second. Oh no, we can't name it that. Lesson learned can't discover a recipe. Yeah, recipes might be the lessons. All the lessons might just be recipes. Recipes and alternative casting cost. Okay, hold on. Let's concept what recipe does. Brew a recipe? Recipe could totally be a card type, right? Um, could be a lesson learned variant. What did we have in mind for alternative casting cost? Maybe different types of food, yeah. Maybe different types of food. Oh, you follow the steps and end up with a meal. Whoa. Wait a second. Wait a second. Go full on food themed. Ray pay? What? Kind of like. Oh, recipe. Kind of like the enchantments that you need to do things. Like cases, right? Maybe it's food and ingredients. Maybe there should be an ingredient token. There could be ingredient tokens. Reagent tokens. If we're gonna do, yeah, we don't need blood. Maybe it could be some sort of ingredient type thing. It would be kind of weird if the ingredients were stronger than food, though. That would be kind of weird. Maybe ingredients can be relatively weak, like free sack surveil or something. Something really weak. Noodle Hydra. Oh yeah. There should be some kitchen equipment, I guess. There should be. We'll see what we can do about it. You're right. Butcher's cleaver? The heck is this field tested frying pan? Um, well, we'll think about recipes. We don't have to finalize that right now, honestly. I'm kind of interested in talking more about ingredients because I think ingredient could totally be like a different type of token. Um, I understand that having two different types of tokens in the set would be kind of irritating, but WotC also kind of just doesn't care anymore too, right? About the complexity. So if there's just two different types of tokens, maybe that's fine. Hey, shoot your ideas. We'll record them all. We're gonna focus on these ones. We're gonna focus on these ones. So these ones are the ones I definitely want to focus on. Maybe Discover doesn't have to be. I don't know why Discover's here. Sorry. There could be a lot of food puns. Dustin, how do you feel about puns? Do you like puns? Do you like New Era Magic where there's tons of puns everywhere? Think puns are great? Okay, puns. That'll be one of the goals. Lots of food puns. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Oh my gosh, shake and bake. Turn and burn. But turn and burn's like that one's a reprint, right? Shake and bake is not a real one, is it? Is that a real card? I don't think so, right? Okay. I do like split cards. Oh, I have a question for Dustin about the target audience. What would you describe? What would you, Dustin, describe the target audience of Modern Horizons to be? We established earlier in the stream that we were aiming for slightly above casual level. Dustin was kept kappaing about the equipment. It was a kappa. But I also don't want to like make the set based on equipment, right? So Modern Horizons is for tryhards, which means we need to maybe be a little careful about how many different types of cards we jam into the set. Kind of like mutate. Well, equipment's not a focus. Yeah, it's not going to be a focus. There's no way. Well, I want to ask to Dustin why Modern Horizons is for tryhards. Is it the sheer number of mechanics? Is it because of the one-of mechanics that make it for tryhards? Because as long as we avoid that, then we should be fine. Because like Wizards, I think has been leaning a little bit away from quote unquote not overwhelming the player. I mean, like look at this most recent set. There's Decayed as a one-off. So Wizards is not shying away from that. Rock Cursed Rakshasa is just right there, doing Decayed stuff in the middle of the set. So even in Premier sets, there's one-offs. Yeah, Storm on Dragons, yep. Admittedly, those are on rares. Maybe that's Wizards' current MO. What am I looking for? Current idea. I mean, we could keep our one-off stuff to rares. That's fine. Yeah, we can keep the one-off stuff to rares. That's okay. I got a question for secondary WotC. I don't know if secondary WotC is here. The question being, if Discover is on like one rare, is that a failure? Like if Discover is one of those one-off mechanics. No, that would mean, sorry, no. Dustin is Hasbro. Troy is WotC. So I'm calling WotC right now and asking if Discover is on one rare, is that a failure? But Hasbro can always, big Hasbro can come in and shut things down. Okay. So it doesn't have to be a center point, but I'll write it under goals. At least one Discover card. Or Cascade. Could be Cascade. Because if it's gonna be a one-off thing, it's okay being Cascade, I think. Oh my gosh, chocolate fountain. Oh my gosh, chocolate fondue fountain with Cascade. Let's go. We're doing it. I mean, companions are probably going to be on rares only, right? Which means Caesar salad. Oh, that's so good. Wow, Caesar salad, A+. Well done, well done. Oh. Okay, I kind of want to focus on if we're gonna do food and stuff, I don't want junk tokens. I don't think we're gonna do land-based mechanics anymore. Cycling can just be a small thing anyway. Cases probably gonna be whatever recipes is. Caesar salad could be like a threaten effect too. Something like that, yeah. Let me cook. Do people normally say let me cook or let them cook? Is that something you say when you talk about yourself? Or is it both? Usually them? Okay, we're just gonna directly insert chocolate sea pancake directly into the set. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, we have to have an organic chicken card. Or even better, GMO chicken. Oh, time for the genetically modified time for the genetically modified mechanic. Chocolate sea pancake, that's brilliant. Host and augment. That's mutate. Genetically modified returns from Neo. GMOs mutate. I'm sorry, that's really funny. We're still brainstorming what recipes could be. Oh yeah, sorry, Toxcoke said something about spice and I completely lost it. Would you like to reiterate what spices were for you, Toxcokes? I don't know if Totes is here. I don't know if Totes left, actually. Whoops. I mean, there can still be treasures in every set. Auras for 2 tokens. The buffs, debuffs, spices. Spicy. Junk food, butchering, green veggies, fruit, grains, organic. Huh. White gets nothing. White gets nothing. Red can be spicy food. Good old bartered cow. White's fasting. I got a question. This is a little bit of a change. Carbo load. Because companion now is officially changed in Magic to be pay 3 to put in your hand. We could change the companion mechanic to just be tied to the mandatory gods of the set, right? And just have that go straight into play. That way we get to also tie them all to rares too. Like tricolor rares, etc. And it would be something that doesn't happen all the time, but happens some amount of the time. And you have to work for it. So I could see this being attached to the gods. Whoa. If you mull, you can put a companion to hand for free? Can someone remind me how the original... Can someone remind me how the original companion mechanic worked? So if I have Lutri in my companion zone, in my command zone, how does that work? How did it work originally? I don't remember how it worked originally. The original companions, not nerfed. Okay, so you could just cast. So once you hit 3, once I hit 3 mana, I could put a 3/2 into play. That was the original with Lutri. Once it hit 4 mana, I could put Umori into play. Just straight up. Yeah, they really seriously nerfed them. Okay, interesting. But they could totally have like a threshold of hoops you have to, additional hoops you have to jump through. It's possible, yeah. But I don't mind. I kind of like attaching them to the gods and calling them not companion. The gods could like mentor students or something flavor wise. Like mentor's already a mechanic though, isn't it? Is it? I don't remember. Is mentor a mechanic? Yeah, mentor is a mechanic. I forgot. Okay. Ruined. Yeah. How are the companions worded? Companion, each card in your starting deck has a different name. I see. So that's how it was originally worded, huh? Neat. Okay. We can, huh. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna take a little break because I have to use the bathroom. I'll be back. I'll be right back. Very interesting where we're going right now. Whew. You can do nonsense now. This is a lot of stuff. Okay, so we're gonna focus in on food. Just to recap where we're at. We're gonna take some limited bangers, some all-time limited mechanics, shove them into a set, also use food, and somehow have some recipe thing. MDFCs as well. Because MDFCs are amazing. We've been thinking about something with ingredients. We want food, but with a mechanic attached to it. And I think in terms of base design, this is probably just fine, you know? In terms of design space, right? This is already like a full set's worth of stuff. Like a full set's worth of stuff. Yeah, that's got to be enough for the core, I think. I don't exactly know what recipes do. I don't know if we're incorporating ingredients into this. Yeah, there's a lot to do intermingled in all of this. You mean the recipes will be like cases or classes? You can have a sushi restaurant lander play the spell side for a sushi boat. Gosh, having all the MDFCs be restaurants would be funny as heck. Recipes could be like cases where you have to have different types of food and plate to complete them. Huh, yeah, let's think about this. Yeah, there could be different types of food. Wait. Wasn't there like a chef card? We could lean into that, like a super cool chef card. What was that card called? Was it Rocco? No, this isn't it. What card am I talking about? I understand that Rocco's a chef, but this is not the chef I wanted. There was a card that you can combine different types. Like it was like a, I think it was like a draft card. We can combine like one item, and then it would be not this one either though. Oh, what am I? It's a green card, I think. And like you would combine. Ah. Is this just a fever dream of what card I'm thinking of? I want to see it. This is an alchemy card, isn't it? Chef, yeah, maybe. I don't know if its name was Chef. Wait. No. Is this just am I making up a card? It was kind of it's kind of like maybe it should just be more like Dragonstorm Forecaster or something. Instead of like full on recipe. Like how do y'all feel about Dragonstorm Forecaster as a magic card? Stuff like that. Like Bog Brew Witch stuff. Yeah, like Bog Brew Witch. I swear, it's like okay. I think it's a win condition. I think it was a win condition. There's gonna be so many of these. I'm gonna waste so much time trying to find this. And we need to eat. Okay, Justin, goodbye. Have a good food. Am I stupid? Did I just make this up? I may have just made this card up. Maybe it doesn't exist. Oh my gosh, it doesn't exist. I just made this card up. It doesn't exist. I don't know what I'm talking about. I even see the art. Achi machi. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'm okay. I'll survive. It's like a non-human thing with like a big knife. And it's like chopping at the board or something. I don't know. Maybe we don't need cycling. Cycling can be a one-off. Parasitic moderation's fine. Not fixed explorer. Not gonna do cast from graveyard probably. Dustin likes these. I'm not sure if we're gonna have room for them. Maybe as one-offs. Battle Sieges, huge part of the set. Not gonna have it. Curse and Bless and Boon, Hex and Boon might become this recipe thing. If we're gonna focus on these. Because to be honest, maybe recipe. So mechanically speaking, recipes feel like wait, hold on. I'm scrolling now. I'm scrolling. I was given a link. Apparently, there are not a lot of knife arts, yeah. I think I made this card up. I think I just made it up. Oh, wow. There's a ton of knives. Thank you, though. Sorry, mechanically speaking, putting together a recipe feels like Dragonstorm forecasting, right? Like when I put Dragonstorm Forecaster, Dragonstorm Globe, and Boulderborn Dragon into my deck, it feels like I've assembled a recipe, right? So instead of making it like a permanent that you have to jump through hoops to like get stuff out of, like instead of making it like a variation of a quest, maybe it should be something like that. Where like your deck is the your deck is the product, is the final product, I guess. And drafting is following the recipe? I mean, possibly. It could be a bunch of those types of cards. Is there I wonder if that's playing too many mini games with the draft. Because Companions is a draft mini game. Lesson Learn is a draft mini game, right? A grocery list? Oh, maybe that's more of a grocery list. I should write that down. Just Oko. He's a green guy with a knife. You're right about that. He is a green guy with a knife. We want, want it unnerfed. We don't have to. We can also concept this later, right? We can concept this later. Like cases, you wonder if you want food creatures and the creature types are what's you need to assemble. Oh, wait, chocolate seed pancake. Wait a second. Wait a second. Isn't that brilliant? Collecting creature types like party? I know. Hold on, it's the creature type parts that I'm most concerned about. And you can just have a bunch of food creatures. And they'd all be artifacts though, but that's fine. Whoa. That's really difficult. But that's so cool. Wow. Cases where you have to collect different food creature types. I like it. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, chocolate sea pancake. No one else ever said anything like that ever before. Wow, you're the first one, chocolate sea pancake. Why didn't anyone say cases? Oh, it's right there. Do you think they're ruining the Arena Direct with the new structure? Maybe. I'm probably the worst person to ask about that. I never spend money on Arena, and I will continue to not spend money on Arena. So you have to ask someone who spends money, and I've heard a bunch of people who say they will no longer spend money for the Arena Direct, so we'll see. Wow, crazy. Case is a card type you invented, chocolate seed pancake. Thanks for bringing it to this table. Chocolate sausage casing. Oh. Oh. Case, you get a reward for each reached component. So it's not all or nothing, right? It's not all or nothing. You just check off different things in the box. Oh, guaranteed Magic Set Editor is not going to be able to support this, but that's okay. We're going to try anyway. That's good. So for example, that also solves the problem of it being difficult, because you can have a recipe that requires a like it could be yeah. Yeah, it would. Yeah, interesting. Okay. And you can probably achieve them in any order. Like if it requires like a vampire, a zombie, and a bat or something. That means creature types are relevant. Do we want changelings? I wonder if we want food. We probably want a food changeling, right? There probably needs to be a food changeling. It could be the one that puts the land on top of your deck for 2 mana. Because every set needs that. But it's a food changeling. We'll have to work on the templating, but I really like that idea. I really like that idea. Whoa, are you dissing Embermouth Sentry or whatever it's called? Are you dissing Dune thing? Wow. We play a ton of those cards. It's the glue. So good, so strong. Golden eggs? Golden egg is good. I like golden egg. Everyone loves golden egg. Okay, I actually really like that. I want to look at some cases. When this case enters, draw, discard. Can you elaborate what you mean by that, Bobbers? Learning can be looking for the required creature types? I would love a lesson learned that I could fetch like anything, any type from the, not just. I guess it could still be lessons, right? Subtype egg. Like it helps you complete the cases. Yeah, I could see that. Right? I could see a cycle of like creature lessons that create food tokens, that food creatures. Kind of like you're shopping, yeah. What is it? What is another more like? Maybe the recipes are not recipes, and maybe they are more like grocery lists. What's more like a fantastic way to say grocery list? Stock or something? Take stock. Stock up. Oh my gosh, stock up. Stock up so good. Stock the pantry? Yeah. I mean, stock the pantry is a real thing. Agenda. Meal plan? Dinner plan? Gather the ingredients? Magic the Gathering. That's what the gathering is. Crack an egg. The mechanic attached to food could just be this recipe idea, which I think would be pretty sweet. The term is mise en place. What is that? But Frenchier. Mise in place. Mise in place. Mise en place. Oh my gosh, we could. Wait, that actually. Okay, so. We could have all of this be like a little bit French themed. Because I kind of had the idea when we were talking and concepting this over the last 5 hours, 6 hours, that it would be a little, what am I, is it offensive if I say like a little food snobbish? Which makes me think like fine dining, which makes me think French. I'm happy if someone wants to fight me, but it kind of feels that's the stereotype I have. And someone let me know if that's like just a stereotype. Cause it could be very we were going to assign types of cuisine to different color pairs. Red white. It could be based on flags. why is that Lamau? The episode titles of Hannibal are all fancy food terms. Okay, you're people from Europe. What are the what is this is dangerous road we're going down. What is the stereotype of the French that make it not red white? We're hitting very dangerous territory here. Is red white fancy? It can be. It can be. American cuisine is green red. Okay. We can have some very entertaining conversations all throughout this, but what is American cuisine? Truly. I think I've asked this before and I got some answers, but like, what truly is American cuisine? Stuff from Louisiana, I know. That's pretty American. Unfortunately speaking, like Gullah food is very American, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Apple pie, biscuits, gravy. Yeah, like southern, right? Barbecue. I know that Americans do a good barbecue. At least from what I've heard, I've never really had it, despite living in America my whole life. Um, I need. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. We're gonna finish our conversation. My brain is going in all sorts of different directions, but we're gonna finish this conversation a little, and then I'm gonna go back to mise en place. Burgers, burgers. So how? Fine. My brain. I can't focus. I can't focus on one thing. I have to jump around. My bad. If it's a little confusing. So mise en place. Is that? How do I use that? How do I use that phrase? Like, is that a card type? Is it weird to be like enchantment mise en place? Yo, the U.S. is about how much you can deep fry that Twinkie. Or is that more like a card? It would have to be a card name. Okay. So it's only one card name. Mise en plus. Nissan Plus, like Nissan, Nissan Plus. What? That's better? Nissan Plus? I'm about to hop in my Nissan Plus and I'll drive to work today. And then eat my American burger. I'm gonna have a robot pronounce it for me. Me Sun Plus. Me Sun Plus. Me Scotty. Me Sun Plus. When we're just arguing with your siblings about who's the more loved child, you go me Sun Plus. Oh, this is a risky click. This is a risky click. Are we gonna do it? This is a risky click and a half.
Bonjour, this is Julian, the Frenchman who makes French pronunciation videos here on YouTube, and we are looking at how to pronounce this French term, French cooking term, that designates the time you spend preparing all of the dishes and ingredients before the beginning of service.
Just say the word!
In a professional cooking kitchen or in a restaurant, for example. These terms literally mean
just say it!
putting everything...
it's already been 24 seconds. Just say the word.
Into place. So how do you go about pronouncing this? From French, mise en place. Mise en place.
Okay.
Mise en place.
It is like Nissan. It is like Nissan. Oh my gosh.
Pronouncing this from French, mise en place.
Mise en place. Plus. Mise en place. Okay, seriously. Gosh, it's an ability word? Huh. So what if it was divided like this? What if it was like this, right? This is the text box. Mise en place. Plus, and then below that is like vampire, zombie, bat. Um, and then it would be like mise en place, and then maybe like this dash or something. Bat. And then it would be like the effect or something. Like what if it was like really this simple design about like the first time you tap a vampire, you put a +1/+1, or you know, like let's say it's tap. Yeah, sure. We can just mock up a bunch of different ones. Yeah. In fact, this doesn't even have to be on an enchantment. This could be on a creature. Oh, you don't have to lock in the implementation right off the bat? Okay, I can change this. Don't worry about it. We can change it to human. You're right, Armoric. I shouldn't do it right off the bat. You could also make it like a city's blessing. I think my issue with city's blessing is it's very all or nothing. And I think I want it to have incremental gains, right? There's a tracking issue with this way too. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there's some issues with this as well. There's a lot of tracking issues with this as well. We'll keep on thinking about it. These are all pretty dang good ideas though. Descend in LCI. I don't remember what descend does. When is the alchemy qualifier? Oh, shoot, it's break time. I gotta go get water. I'll be back. People were confused? Yeah, okay. 24th of May? That's plenty of time. The answer is probably. I'll probably do the qualifier. I'm qualified for it as well. Following steps to a saga. I could be following steps to a saga. Check once on ETB, then ultimate. No steps in between. Sinister Concoction is a card that exists. Is there? Because this was a really cool Magic card. Sinister Concoction was really cool. And that's kind of, this is like thematically like a recipe, right? I think it would be lovely if I wonder if there's like, I wonder if it's not a mechanic, but more like a more like different variations of Sinister Concoction, right? Bacon to pie. Because it would be lovely to be able to combine the like to be super. We would like to be super flexible with what the ingredients are. Because here, some ingredients is a little bit of life, a little bit of mana, milling, discarding. Recipe. It is, isn't it? That's really funny. All the cauldrons there. There's something here. Something like Sinister Concoction. I could definitely, yeah, you could definitely list a bunch of downsides and make a cycle. Things you have to put together, right? So who wants to do some stereotyping? Someone also stop me if this is a really bad idea. But who wants to do some stereotyping in terms of assigning clans or color combinations? And is it actually stereotyping if we if we like make sure to cover a bunch of different types of like cultures of food within the different color pairs? I could see it being not great. If we were to assign different foods here. For realms of flavor. What is a realm of flavor? Or like types of food? It could be that, right? And then that also makes sense. If it's not a culture, but it's like more like the different sort of head honchos, the deities or whatever of the set. Um, I see. Yeah, yeah. Like specialize in particular types of tastes. That would work. That would work. Yeah. Okay. But there's only five. There's only five. Does that mean we have to like? The thing is, okay. Hmm. That's true, and five colors. Huh. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. White, blue. Why don't we assign these? Red. Black. Green. We can have the different colors focus on different tastes, I guess. Right? So which one would be which? Is white sweet? Because sugar is sweet, I guess. Is green savory? Um, White maybe sweet. We'll just see what fits. Is red sour? What about spicy? Yeah, black's got to be bitter. I mean, literally black coffee. Blue is salty. Oh, blue salty as salt. Oh my. Blue black? Blue black makes people salty and bitter? Oh my gosh, so good. I mean blue could be blue could be like seafood, etc. I mean we could like largely categorize this, right? Desserts. This could literally be seafood. A lot of seafood is salty. I don't know what black. I don't know what foods are typically bitter or like roots. Like roots. And it actually combines really really nicely when you it really combines nicely when you go for two color combinations, right? Like what's sweet and salty, you know? Um what is sweet and salty? I'm not that good with food, am I? Sweet and salty? I feel like there's tons of foods that are sweet and salty. Whatever. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, possibly, right? I don't know. There's stuff to there's. I feel like we're literally. I feel like we're literally just copy like just smashing them together. Gosh, do you know what? Do you know what's bitter and spicy? Do you know what's bitter and spicy? What if you take black coffee and then you chop some peppers and dump it in? Do you know it's savory and salty if you take a stick of butter and roll it in salt? Okay. Okay, okay. Well, this is just like broad. This is broad flavor stuff. Broad flavor ideas, right? It's not binding or anything like that. Very interesting. It's true. I usually use unsalted butter, but I know that there's a place for salted butter. Why do people use salted butter? Like why does that exist? Fire breathing food. They hate their arteries. That's a take. Cuz that's what butter is. Then how then what is unsalted butter? Dustin's cat. Did you eat Dustin? I know some cats when their owners die, they're said to consume the host. Did you consume Dustin? Cuz I see you here but not Dustin. So I'm guessing Dustin has perished. Butter still tastes like butter even without salt. Yeah, butter already tastes good unsalted. Why do you need like extra salt? So you don't have real butter. Oh my gosh. Really? Do people feel strongly about this? Salted butter? Is a cultural divide in the US? Really? So who's on team salt, who's on team not salt? Never salted. Huh. If you're on team not salted, you're really an MTG player. People look at salted butter, which as something super weird that's specific to us. Huh. Likely story, Dustin's cat. We've already proved that Dustin's cat can use a keyboard, so I can see Dustin's cat taking the phone of deceased Dustin and typing on it, so we shouldn't trust that. It's an east-west thing. Wow, really? So the fact that I use unsalted, does that mean you can dox me and tell me which coast I'm on? Cuz I never once exposed whether or not I was on the east or west coast. Do you have no other? Do you have no other human contact, Dustin? Besides once every 3 months? Thanks, Stokes. Okay, okay, where are we at? Where are we at? So I don't think that we're going to get that much farther on the mechanic because like I think I want something that's recipe based that feels like a recipe. I definitely want food, and the food wants to be tied to recipe somehow. We want companion through lesson learn, modal double phases. What other things structurally are we missing? Three other people total weekly? That's not that bad. Honestly, talking to a therapist is pretty high quality social interaction. There's this article on design skeletons. Oh my gosh, 2010? Design skeleton is primarily a blueprint that helps the designer map out what he or she needs to have in the set. Today I'm going to build a design skeleton for an imaginary small set to show how it's done. One weekly, couples therapist, and psych every 3 months, and then Troy's mom on occasion. Hey, I mean, talking to a counselor weekly is not bad. That's not bad. What is combat in the set? There could just be normal creatures. And like food monsters, etc. Like everything doesn't have to just be food. You know, it's gonna look pretty normal magic-y. It's gonna be pretty normal magic-y. There should be zombies, there should be like, you know, some dragons, etc., etc. Figure out how many creatures we want. To do this, we walk through what we know about the set. Elder Koala, Baby Shark, yep. Oh, is this in the past? Design skeleton revisited. Building themes for limited play, what brings 13th nuts and bolts, decided to go back on the topic you talked about 9 years ago. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. This is a lot of writing. Back when it was followed by 2 small sets. I mean, there's no way. WotC can't even look at what I'm doing. Did you know that every single time a WotC employee lays their eyes on a custom magic card, it just starts burning. Their eyes just start burning. It's crazy. At common, the default design skeleton assumes you're going to have 19 cards of each color, 6 artifacts, 13 cards of each color, 10 card 2 color, 5 artifacts. It's true. It's just true. I know many ex-WotC employees who just lost their senses because they looked at a custom magic card. This is for draft boosters. And is there another one for play boosters? There must be, right? Maro will never notice me. Maro Senpai will never notice me. We could do draft boosters again. We don't have to do play boosters. I don't mind splitting the design into like this normal play booster. You like play boosters more, interesting. Why do you like play boosters more? Is there something about them that you prefer? I don't mind actually just starting off, making sure we hit a number of commons and commons, and then doing and just making however many rares. I don't mind that. Because I don't think it matters like too much, but the core of this is going to be the commons and commons. How many keywords will fit a common? You don't usually start with because it's often a dead card in your hand, but you might sideboard it if the opponent's running a threat that it answers. Okay. Okay, so they're literally admitting as to why they want like cycling disenchant stuff like Heritage Reclamation. Average size is going up. Huh, that's very interesting. There's a lot here, honestly. A really interesting amount. Ooh, let me take a little break. Get some water, etc. Can I share this link? This one? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. There's an entire article. I'm gonna take a break though. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay. Alrighty then. I got a little bit over an hour today. I got a little bit over an hour to do some work today. Let's recap of what we did. We actually started off with nothing, which is pretty sweet. At the beginning of the day, we talked about some design goals, lay out some rules. We talked a lot about the least fun parts about Magic, what we're looking to mitigate a little. We started talking about mechanics. Started binding some of like the most fun mechanics people liked. And it kind of pointed to like culinary school. So I really like that. Like a culinary school theme, which I think is pretty sweet. Collected a bunch of random ideas. At one point in time, are we ready to just like crank stuff out for funsies? Because not all of it will make it into the final list, obviously. fact, a lot of it doesn't. At what point in time do we start cranking out commons and commons? We would certainly need like Magic Set Editor for that, right? Do I have Magic Set Editor? I don't. We need to get it. I mean, I was certainly thinking of a standard size. And you have some mechanics to try out? Tomorrow list is something like that. Like make 40 card decks that are half reprints, half commons and uncommons you created, and play them. So you can really evaluate the mechanics themselves and not 3 mechanics at once, because all your cards are new. Huh. That's very interesting. I mean, like, there's a lot less pressure on me and us to create an actual balanced set. You know, we're not affecting Wizards' bottom line for whiffing. Just drop one of the new mechanics into a core set. Boom, boom, boom. Boom pile. You don't think even Wizards affects the Wizard bottom line when they whiff? I got a question. Does anyone know about Magic Set stuff? We've been talking about Magic Set Editor, but is there something else that people use? Forgive me. It's just Magic Set Editor for years? Not for designing a card? They have a patch on their Discord for all the latest frames, etc. All we need is the basic frame for now, right? Battlegrounds. What is Battlegrounds? We're trying to acquire a Magic Set Editor right now. You volunteer as tribute? Sure. It might have been another name, but as a digital play space for card games. Kind of exactly like Tabletop Sim then. There used to be something called Cockatrice, and I know that there was Lackey CCG. Those were around when I first started playing Magic. I don't know if it requires coding, but it requires a JSON file. Which we did for our Christmas draft. Yeah, we did that for our Christmas draft, and then had presents that people drafted, and it was horribly imbalanced. And it could have been more fun, but that's okay. Jason, Sean, Sean. Sean! Dathan the Woo-Wo. Dathan the Woo-Wo. Sean! Following some instructions. Dustin, is there anything I should know before downloading Magic Set Editor? I'm actually installing it right now. Which looks like it may take a little bit of time. Huh? Are you yelling at me? Are you yelling at me? I can't tell. That's me again. Oops. What happened? Something happened. Close this. Close, close. Hmm. You know what? I don't even know where to get this program, apparently. Very nice. Huh. I don't even know where to download Magic's editor. What if I already have this? Join our Discord. Wow, that's a pretty big Discord. Hmm. Gee, this is a lot of stuff. I am the baby. I am the baby who can't figure his way around. Can't even find it on the Discord. GG. Oh well. Possibly might have to find it later. It's not the most important thing right now. I just thought I could start it, but it ends up taking a little bit too much time. I'll get it working in a bit. No problemo. Okay. Just making me think where we're at. So just refocusing ourselves. We couldn't really figure out exactly what we wanted recipes to be. So I think really focusing in on thinking about what that could possibly entail might be a good idea. Like if we want to skin, lesson, learn as well. I do like the foundation mechanics that we have. I'm actually pretty happy about that. And everything else is just about sort of putting stuff together. And obviously, you know, as days go by, we'll have different ideas, focus on different things. But in terms of actually setting up the structure, I'm actually pretty happy with the structure of that. We could like individually assign flavor to individual cards. We could talk a little bit about because it kind of seems like, Dustin, you were really interested in the story aspect. I don't think there's a harm in talking about it. Like we don't have to assign it yet. Like if it doesn't fit, we have to tweak it to like whatever mechanics we're looking for. But did you want something specific out of like the lore / story of it all? Because I would say we focused on we certainly did focus on what people found fun mechanically. And then now that we've sort of focused on this core, I think talking about stuff that happens flavorfully. Every single time I say that, it's gonna be great. Flavorfully. It's gonna be fun. I think there are big story questions that we have to ask, right? I think there's large story questions we have to ask and answer. A couple of them being, why are there gods at culinary school? Why are there gods at culinary school? Right? How does that make sense? Why are there monsters at culinary school? Why are there going to be monsters? Was Strixhaven a violent set? Was Strixhaven a violent set? Maybe. Maybe. All food originates from gods. My next variety day slot is like 2 months from now. and that's with maximum expedited variety days as well. Food competition? Furry ideas. Is violence an integral part of a Magic set? And to go broader than that, is conflict an integral part of a Magic set? Does there have to be a plot? Iron Chef's the only food competition you accept? There's a lot of food competitions out there now. I watched a couple recently, like, months ago recently. Was so excited? Uh-oh. Was he let down? I didn't even realize there's a new one. We just finished Talk 6. I don't know what Talk 6 is. Oh, he is. Food creatures battling each other? Yeah, it could be. And like the process of hunting for food. So like what would Strixhaven look like without like the whole invasion, Without the whole invasion of whatever. And it was just like a glimpse into the world of Strixhaven and Arcavios or whatever. Because I never fully was on board with the fact that there had to be like an accompanying story to a Magic set. Like certainly there was like world building, right? And oh my gosh, the god temples and their restaurants. That's so funny. What was the story of Strixhaven? The story of Strixhaven was something with Extus, right? And then there was like some crazy invasion of the Mage Hunters or something. That makes sense. Wow, we should live at this world. That's great. Pay respects just by eating food. Oh yeah, what if it's just so bad? We should have that as a story idea. Some god's food just sucks. I'm sorry, that's freaking funny. How does a god gain power? Yo, you could have the itis. You could have the itis, and that's just stun counters for creatures. Is devotion is just tapping creatures and putting stun counters on them. They're all just afflicted with the itis. Oh my gosh. We might actually have to not call it the itis though, because that's like pretty Boondock specific. It'll just be postprandial syndrome. There's no other word for it though, besides the itis. There is no other word. I don't think. It's like on one end you have a slang from the Boondocks, and on the other hand you have what it's called. Oh, I guess sleep coma. Food coma? No, food coma is the middle one, right? Yeah, it's food coma. I forgot about that completely. The fruit. Okay, yeah. In fact, that's even a magic card. Forgot that's a magic card. Yeah, it's a real card. 4 mana exile non-land permanent. Create a food token. Well, food poisoning could involve food. It doesn't have to just be stab wound. Where's MTG bot? There's MTG bot. Oh, it's only creature. It's only creature. I guess that makes sense. You can't really put a Chroma's Memorial in a food coma. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I do like the idea of culinary school. Because culinary school is like, you know, at least in my eyes, my un-culinary schooled eyes, is like a pretty like high intensity environment. Like a kitchen is a pretty high intensity drama filled environment. I mean, my only exposure to like how kitchens are is like The Bear, episode 1 of The Bear, which I couldn't watch because it was too stressful. I tried. I couldn't do it. I'm trying to relax while watching TV, not like stress myself out more. I couldn't finish The Bear. Episode 1 was so stressful. Why is episode 1 not very good? It gets worse? I can't handle the pressure. It gets more stressful? Well then. I'm already too stressed out. I don't need that. I don't need more stress. What makes a show good if like everyone's having a terrible time watching it? No, seriously, what makes a show good? But it is a pretty good environment, I think, for a conflict set. We never answered that question, by the way. I don't think I'm. I mean, I have my own opinion. You like that feeling afterwards? We never answered the primary question about whether or not a set needs a primary conflict. I mean, food competition is a conflict, I suppose. Yeah, Frierin's not chill. What about Frierin is chill? There's so much death and pain and destruction. Oh, Valjean is laughing at me. I need to watch The Bear to study for the set. There's like blood in that show. Look, something like Something like K-On! Is chill. You know? People don't lose their limbs in a chill show. Unbelievable. I can't believe your definition of chill. There's death in that show. Depends on what type of de-armament we're talking about. Like the way that Cyborg gets de-armed in every DC movie, like that kind of de-armament. They're only allowed to completely maim Cyborg because he's like a robot, and they want to be edgy by like having someone's limbs get torn off. They can't do that to any other character. It is, isn't it? I wanted Mentor to be like sort of oh, because Piccolo regenerates. That's funny. Just for shock value. Piccolo's arms. No, I've never really watched DBZ, to be honest. I don't really know what goes on in that show. Um. Hmm. I really like paying homage by eating at the restaurants. I was thinking about like Mentor for like the companion mechanic. Mentor itself is like kind of rough. I think I could see Mentor as a one-off for sure. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, we're still here scheming about baby elder god. We can, Frosty. Team fusion food. What is that? Allied or enemy? Or allied? Yeah, allied or enemy. That one's fusion food. We are going to use unnerfed companion. Yep. Sharp contrasting be fusion food. Where allied is traditional cooking. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. That's an interesting flavor idea. I could see that. I could totally see that. Um, it could totally be a cooking competition, like a cooking competition that we're somewhat loosely following. The thing is, I don't love like story spotlight cards. I think they're like pretty. I don't know if campy is the right word, but they feel a little heavy-handed. So I don't think I want story spotlight cards, but we could also just, as a background, be able to tell a story. Wow, the colorless god sounds so much cooler. While the traditional food people are just eating their onions, doing traditional stuff. Colorless gods over here popping off. That's great. Gotta love that. Five colorless gods is five color gods is food snob. That's an idea. Is a gatekeeper? Is a terrible, terrible gatekeeper? You know, it's gonna be a little sad mechanically. It's gonna be a little sad mechanically that five color god is just like mechanically gonna be way more powerful than the colorless god, just because of magic. I don't know what happened to Ugin. That is very interesting. Okay. Okay, I'm actually gonna take another break. Gosh, yeah, they're so weak, aren't they? Eldrazi, etc. So weak. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it doesn't have to be weak. It could be strong. Whew. You're asking the wrong Magic player. Bolas and Ugin's colors imply another Selesnya Dragon Planeswalker. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, who's the Selesnya Dragon one, right? Like Avacyn, right? Avacyn used to be the black-white angel on Innistrad. That's like a thing in flavor, right? Oh my gosh, they should be divorced. And then all the students are like, poor kids, forced to split amongst forced to choose sides in a messy divorce. Bum bum bum. There's another white black angel. Okay, not Avacyn. Okay. They could still be married. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. Plenty of married couples hate each other. I mean, with this many god kids, they are pretty busy. They're pretty busy. That does sort of make sense. Yeah. Okay. This is a pretty good foundation. Are they all descended from those two? Yeah. Heck yeah. Is there a reason for them not to be? Every god opens a diner in Alabama. Then the set can really be about American cooking. Okay. The main two gods sired all the other gods. That's fine. Totally fine. Oh, they could be cooked into to existence. Yeah. If you can cook monsters, you can cook gods. That's cute. Yeah, we're cooking with his lore. This is good. This is good. How do monsters die? Are they slain? Are they slain traditionally? Like it's up to like normal adventurers to slay monsters. They're eaten. They can be eaten, right? So they're almost just like animals that can be hunted, right? So they can be hunted. Does that mean there are a non-god, non-monsters, food creations? Yeah, it's the monsters that are hunted. Are there non-god, non-monster food creations? You know, where are we gonna get our merchandising? We need to make like a cute cat food thing. I'm guessing there would be. There would be dishes that are not like the best dishes, but like they're not monsters. And those could be food items, yeah. We're just creating a Ron May. We're just reverse engineering Ron May. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Um what else here? Ha. There could be a tension. There could be a tension where the cooking competition between the two gods like is endangering the real lives of just normal people because like all of these gods are trying to cook up their best meals or whatever and failing a bunch because failure is honestly the path to success, and they're just creating a bunch of food monsters that terrorize normal people. So that's like a horrible thing that's happening to the common folk. So it's basically it seems like a all fun and games food competition, but in reality, like everyone's dying. In reality, it's creating the worst situation, and everyone's unhappy. Cooking competition, creating dangerous monsters. Yeah, because it's fun times. This is goofy as heck. Oh, wait, we get to write flavor text? Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. We can. Arborg, that's so funny. I'm just gonna copy paste. Well, I'll just rewrite it. Do certain gods flavor humans? I wouldn't be surprised, like, you know, if they're gods, I wouldn't be surprised if they just use them as ingredients. Wow, this is getting really dark. I actually really like this idea. I really like the idea of people being forced. Okay, this is gonna sound horrible out of context, but it is making me smile, so that's fine. Of people being forced to eat at the place that is causing the problems because they have no other choice to survive. That does bring a smile to my face. That idea brings a smile to my face. It really does. That's great. That didn't sound bad? Great. Okay, cool. You gotta eat to live. Basically, the food competition is messing everything up. I wonder what I'm gonna get canceled for. I'm gonna get canceled for something. I don't even mean like canceled. I mean like currying favor. Oh no, that needs to be that needs to be in here. Oh. Curry favor. You have to curry the favor of the gods. Oh wow. Wow, this is sick and twisted. I like it. I'm having a lot of fun. Curry favor or be curry flavored. Oh my god, I'm sweating. I'm sweating from laughing. This is good. Oh, banana split is a bounce card. Let's do it. we can make we can make so many puns. We can make so many puns. Wow. It should totally be that the wait, we could have super dissonance here. We could have like fun puns and like the focus is all on these like dishes and fun stuff. And like everyone in the background is suffering. And the flavor text is all horribly um this is the hat set. uh this is good. This is good. Yeah. And everyone is dying in the background and all maybe all the flavor text is horribly morbid. It should just be all puns and chef's hats and all the flavor text should be horribly morbid and horribly depressing. Gosh, we should have a oh my gosh. Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant, everybody. We got this. There should be a creature a cares about creature type mechanic or a cares about creature type theme. We should care about chefs, right? And the thing is, you know who a chef is because they're wearing a chef's hat. It's solved. It's solved with the art. It's so easy. This could be maybe a split card or a double sided card. Just you got to keep the player sharp. You got to keep the player sharp. What card? What cards are you referencing specifically, Chicken? Are there actually like two cards that aren't? That's so funny. Gosh, I understand why people weren't super hot on MKM. Rough business that set was. There were some detectives that weren't detectives. Unreal. I'm sure there were. If it wasn't on Ravnica, it would have been better. Did Ravnica detract from it? What did you hate about Neo? It was a very powerful set. Yeah, a super powerful set. You like not like a are you not like a cyberpunk type of enjoyer? Like not big into sci-fi, perhaps? I like the base. I like the base of the story. I do. You're not in cyberpunk, but you love sci-fi. Interesting. Part of MKM was that the lore also basically said, yeah, after the Phyrexian invasion, the guilds were super busy. So almost a dozen detective agencies all sprang up to take care of neglected investigations. And they're all very established and employing hundreds of people soon. Employing hundreds of people soon. Ah. As a hat. I see. So it felt very pasted over Ravnica. Is friendlier since it's thousands of years after OG block. Because it's almost like a new plane, right? It's basically a new plane. If you told people that Neon Dynasty took place on a not Kamigawa, they would have totally believed you. Yeah, it's like the anime plane versus the traditional woodblock painting plane. Hmm. I don't know why they're having a cooking competition, to be honest. We sort of were thinking that there could be two schools competing against each other, one run by the five color god and the other one run by the colorless god. And the idea is that when you make a terrible, terrible dish, it turns into like a monster because you know magic power, etc. And since the cooking competition started, everyone's experimenting and you know trying to come up with the next thing. So they're failing a lot. So they're making tons of monsters, which is terrorizing the people. So even though the base skin is cooking competition between two god schools, the reality behind the scenes is that everything is going to crap because a bunch of monsters are getting created and slaying a bunch of human beings. And so the world is a horrible, horrible place to live, and everyone is suffering um, except for these gods that are cooking food. OG Kamigawa existed 1,000 years ago, so obviously they couldn't keep it. But the writing was pretty bad, and they had zero respect for of time and distance scales. Like the rebellion was literally less than a day on foot from the imperial palace, and no one ever did anything about it. Same thing where Kaito the emperor and Tamio did a back and forth between the palace and the moonfolk high city up in the sky 3 times in less than 24 hours. Huh. But there's really good food, so it balances out. A successful dish probably ends up being a non-monster creature, like something that looks a little friendlier. I mean, in terms of mechanically speaking, it's still probably just a creature. Or, you know, something. Well, it balances out for the gods. The gods are having a great time. It's all fun and games. The humans are losing everything. And there's tons of refugees begging for food at the restaurants. Yeah, it's great. Just maximum human suffering. Yeah, yeah, chocolate sea pancake. Yes. I don't think the humans are a result of cooking. No, I kind of feel like the humans aren't a result of cooking. Should people who are rebelling against the system be like fasters? Is that weird? Is that weird? Soylent consumers. There's like there could be like a faction of humans who don't eat, and they're there to like protest the whole system of the gods, etc. The gods needed tasters against poisoning each other. We don't have to answer the question about where humans came from. Maybe eating is a choice. Interesting. Maybe everything, rocks and trees and rivers and all. I could see that. But it all doesn't have to be mechanically food, right? Because then every permanent would be food, which is not going to happen. We're not going to do that. We should have a food land though. There should definitely be food land. Food land, by the way, incredibly iconic in Hawaii. I don't know why, but like you think of Hawaii, you think of Foodland. Flavor Town. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rocks can be failure dishes. I could see that. Uh, Affinity for food? Heck yeah. Affinity for food? I love it. We have to have an affinity for food card. Affinity for food is great. If it's been going on for a very long time, how are the humans like still alive? Is I think my big question. Like, how are the humans still existing, or have they just been in perpetual suffering for a long, long time? Is there a card with affinity for food already? That's great. I love that. There's a commander card for sure with affinity for food. Okay. I actually have to head out in like 5 minutes. Affinity for foods. I see. Okay. Is that's Lord of the Rings then? That's Lord of the Rings. Okay. May have been main set. Oh. I never played the set. Is it public? No, it's not public. I can make it public. It's all very disorganized right now. It's just total stream of consciousness. Like complete stream of consciousness. Oops. Sorry. Ooh. Pretty funny though. Like worship is eating. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what we're actually doing. Um, so an idea that was proposed is that the 5 color has one school, the colorless has another school. The enemy colors are assigned or in the colorless school, and then the 5 colors with the allied school. I like the idea. Gods are competing for more worship juice. Wow, this is all sorts of levels of messed up. I'm in. I love a twisted story. The more depraved, the better. Ooh, what are the gods and what are the giants and Kithkin from Lorwyn? I mean, it's definitely not black and white, right? There's gonna be some gray area. because like the whole competition is like a system, right? But not everyone living in said system agrees with it, or maybe they don't like it, but they're still going along with it. Maybe there's some they're actively resisting it. Oh, that's a little sad. Yeah, it could be. I could see that. Whew. All right. I actually have to go. I have to actually scoot. We got to scoot today. But this is a good start. I'm gonna figure out Magic Set Editor. We can continue talking. The story. Talk about the story is actually really fun, isn't it? Good stuff. Yeah, we can maybe dive into some Magic Set editing stuff next time. I'm gonna raid Mercurial Blue. Oh yes, that's it. So sad. Okay, I'm gonna raid Mercurial Blue. Yeah. I'll see you all later. Goodbye. Hold on, let me check my schedule. Whatever it says next on the schedule. April 28th. For me, that's gonna be Monday. Next Monday is the next one. Yep. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. I'm out.